Chapter 1558 Uninvited Gues. Emoli, you are really too awesome. Wu Ju soon caught up with Emoli. When that guy has gone off to the Ocean Dragon Mountains, I will be able to be alone with sister. I will definitely manage to convince her to leave that damn guy. Emoli glanced at him unemotionally. For this trip to the Ocean Dragon Mountains, you will be going as well. What? Wu Ju was stunned and then repeatedly shook his head. I'm not going. I'm still young, so it would be better for me to earnestly cultivate here. The Ocean Dragon Mountains only opens once every few million years. The next time it opens you will already be in the Eternal River tier, Emoli said. For the opportunity of the Ocean Dragon Mountains, the earlier you go, the better it is for you. I don't want to. I don't want to. Wu Ju began to act shamelessly. I managed to draw that guy away after so much hardship. I want to be alone with sister. I was not asking for your opinion, I was informing you, Emoli said coldly, not giving the slightest face to this little master. I will speak with father. Wu Ju exclaimed angrily. Ho ho. Emoli put on a fake smile. Clearly Wu Ju failed. 3 days later he appeared on the name list of 10 people. The 10 entering were Ling Han, Emoli, Wu Ju, Qi Huangji, and 6 other astonishingly talented disciples. In truth, Emoli would not be able to gain much benefit by entering into the Ocean Dragon Mountains anymore. She was entering as a protector to protect her junior sisters and junior brothers. Ling Han was not received cordially because he, an outsider, had actually occupied one place of entry into the Ocean Dragon Mountains. This was something that disciples like them had worked hard for innumerable years to finally attain, and in his case, he got it the moment he came and he was an outsider at that. But this was something that Emoli had personally decided, and Lord Demon Master did not disagree either. How could they possibly dare to say anything else? The Hysteria Demon Master escorted them personally. If they had boarded a starship it would take too much time. A golden pathway stretched out, and with a flutter of the Hysteria Demon Master's sleeve, he gathered all 10 of them and traveled into the galaxy. The distance this time was even further. After a whole 17 days they finally arrived at a barren, desolate planet. This was a dead planet. There was no spiritual chi, no life, yet it was where the Ocean Dragon Mountains were located. At this time, not only one demon master had arrived. This kind of powerful existence was each the center of the universe and incredibly dazzling. The Hysteria Demon Master went to greet these fellow elites, and the juniors also got acquainted with one another. Some of them were even rivals. Emoli, how many years has it been since we last met? A man walked over. He looked very young but should already be a few dozen million years old. However, his cultivation level was too high, already in the consummate level of the Eternal River tier, and so his appearance still looked very, very young. Emoli looked at him naturally and nodded her head. She had greeted him. You and I have fought 7 times. You have won 4 times and I have won 3 times. Why don't we fight our 8th time now? I should also pull the score to tie at 4 against 4. This man said, his face filled with absolute confidence. Being able to fight with Emoli 7 times, and the stronger between the two of them was practically undecided? He was indeed very strong. That guy's name is Zhu Ba, but we all call him Zhu Ba. Wu Ju took on the role of commentator on his own initiative. It is said that after the first time Emoli defeated Zhu Ba, he began to pursue Emoli. Aside from him, there is no one else that has fought as many as 7 times with Emoli. Emoli was cool, neither accepting nor refusing the challenge. Zhu Ba actually did not really want to start a fight with Emoli. He only wanted to use that chance to talk with her. Now that this goal had been achieved, he naturally would not be aggressive, and became very humble instead. A few days later more demon masters arrived. One after another golden pathways stretched out. They were all escorting their own juniors and disciples over. The Overlord Sword Demon Master had also arrived. Aside from Zhu Xian, there were 9 other disciples, and not a single place of entry was wasted. When Zhu Xian spotted Ling Han, she couldn't help but look pleasantly surprised, but when her eyes fell on Wu Ju, she involuntarily humphed coldly and proudly turned her head away. On the day before the Ocean Dragon Mountains opened, all the demon masters had arrived. It was said that the Ocean Dragon Mountains was suspected to contain power on the level of a black demon, and thus every time it opened, there would have to be demon masters personally there on standby just in case. In the netherworld, demon masters naturally were also divided into 4 grades, which were Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow demons respectively. Heaven demon corresponded to Saint King, and Yellow demon was equivalent to Small Saint. The Hysteria Demon Master and the others were all yellow demons, and were still unable to enter into the Ocean Dragon Mountains and suppress everything. Furthermore, if they entered, it would result in a powerful backlash from the Ocean Dragon Mountains. In previous years, it had even led to the death of a demon master, so no other demon master dared to enter again now. When people beneath demon master level entered, they would not alert this force. It seemed like they were too weak, so it couldn't be bothered to deal with them. There were a total of 17 demon masters, and 170 people entering. Some of them were well-established elites, and were even just a step away from becoming demon masters themselves, such as Emoli. There were also complete rookies just like Wuxia. He was only over 100 years old, and his personality was even more childlike. A day passed, and when the sun rose up from the horizon of the barren land, a loud commotion was heard. A mountain peak broke through the ground. What was surprising was the fact that there was an ocean surrounding the mountain peak in all directions. It floated in midair and not a single drop of water fell. This mountain peak was not very high, it was only a few hundred meters tall. The ocean was also not too expansive, but only looked to be violently raging. In truth, it was only a few thousand meters wide. But the truth was, when one stepped into this special place, the mountains would become endlessly high, and the ocean would also become boundlessly wide. It was said that merely crossing the ocean would be enough to cause 90% of the people to reluctantly give up, and among the remaining 10%, there had never been one person that had successfully climbed up to the summit. From the outside, there was a completely crystalline blue temple at the mountain summit. Vaguely, one could see the stone statue of a true dragon crouched on top, and that was why it was named the Ocean Dragon Mountains. This was the Ocean Dragon Mountains mystery realm. It looked like it could be entered from all directions, but that was not the truth of the matter, as they would only crash into an invisible wall. If one wanted to enter, they could only pass through the main doors. That was an arched door that was about 3 meters tall, and there were multiple true dragons carved onto the doorposts. "Quickly enter, you all have 3 years' time," one demon master said. Everyone was just about to move when they saw a golden pathway stretch over. Sho, in an instant, another 6 people appeared. There was an old man that looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and the others were all young people, in the prime of their youth and bursting with vitality. The 17 demon masters all narrowed their eyes. They were the rulers of the galaxies in this surrounding area, and they were naturally aware of all the elites in the area, but they were really not the slightest bit familiar with this old man. But it just so happened that he was also a demon master, and a very strong one at that. He could be considered a big shot among yellow demons. What a spot of good luck. I just happened to pass by, and actually encountered the opening of a historical site. The newly arrived demon master, the old man, smilingly said, "With such a coincidence, this is preordained fate. You all should enter and seek out your own fortune." "Yes, 6th elder." The 5 young people all nodded respectfully. "Wait." The Hysteria demon master spoke up. "Friend, as a guest, you are overstepping your boundaries." Inconceivably strong. The elderly demon master looked at the Hysteria demon master, swept his eyes over the other demon masters, and only then did he say, "You all have an objection too." The Overlord Sword demon master took a step forward and declared, "Outsiders are not welcome here." "Ho ho." The elderly demon master chuckled and said, "If you all have the ability to chase me off, I naturally will leave. Otherwise, just shut your mouths." All the demon masters glared at the old man, their eyes leaking a menacing coldness. "As an outsider, you actually dared to be so arrogant. Come and battle me," the old man declared menacingly, acting extremely proud. The 5 young people he brought also crossed their arms over their chests. Looking at the arrogant expressions on their faces, they did not seem to take anyone seriously, not even these demon masters. This was a superiority that radiated from their very bones. A thought flashed in Ling Han's head. This kind of demeanor seemed very familiar. The Overlord Sword demon master did not say another word and waved out a hand. A flash of sword light sliced towards the old man. This flash of sword light was only about a foot long, and looked very ordinary. But how could the attack of a demon master be anything ordinary? The old man smiled faintly and pressed his hand down. He had gripped that flash of sword light in his hand, and with a squeeze, the sword light was forcibly obliterated, and did not give rise to any waves at all. Seeing this scene, all the demon masters showed an expression of shock. The Overlord Sword demon master obviously had not used his full strength, but he belonged to the top grade category among yellow demons. Even a casual attack possessed astonishing might, yet it was dispersed in such a relaxed manner. The old man's abilities were unfathomably deep. If they started a life-and-death battle with this kind of elite, even if the 7 of them combined forces, it was possible that he could kill 1 or 2 of them in the process. Who would be willing to die when they had reached the height of Demon Master? The old man had used his abilities to prove that he indeed had the right to be standing here. Ho, for people of our level, resorting to violence is too much below our status. Why don't we allow our juniors to exchange a few moves? A female demon master spoke up. She was an old woman, and her hand held a crimson-red walking stick. She looked like a doddering old woman. But this walking stick was a saint tool, and possessed astonishing might. When the other demon masters heard this, they all nodded. Among these disciples and juniors of theirs, there were a few incredibly impressive existences such as Emoli and Juba. Allowing them to confront each other in battle would both allow the battle to be carried out in a controllable manner, and also allow these outsiders to retreat willingly. The old man looked indifferent, and only showed a profound smile. He naturally knew clearly the line of thought of these demon masters. He turned around and said, Emoa, go and seek some guidance from these people. Yes, 6th Elder. A young man walked out. He was very handsome and had very fair skin, but there was a vague golden luster in his complexion. He swept an eye over the many young people gathered here with a smile and said, I am Tan Mo. Who would be sparring with me? The Overlord Sword Demon Master and the other elites paused slightly and then spoke up. Emoli, Sword Dao Yunhe, it will be the 3 of you. Send 3 of yours out as well, the Hysteria Demon Master said to the old man. The old man merely smiled and replied, no need, 1 person is enough. You wanted to have a 1 versus 3 battle? It should be known that Emoli, Juba, and Yunhe were all the strongest elites of the Eternal River tier, and all of them had formed more than 1 million stars. If it were not for the fact that the regulations of Genesis tier were too difficult to comprehend, they would have become demon masters long ago. I'll go first, Juba said. He also had his own pride, and naturally would not be willing to combine forces with others. Tanimo was indifferent and said, make your move. He acted very calm, like he was giving some guidance to a lackey. Fury rose up in Juba's heart. He took a step forward and shot out a punch from afar. There were a great many demon masters present, so there was absolutely no need for him to be reserved. He used his full abilities in his first move, and had no need to worry that the aftermath and shock waves would cause too much destruction. Tan Mo pressed a palm down lightly, and a silvery river suddenly appeared, multiple stars shattering within, presenting a terrifying scene. This was not as ordinary as merely a frightening scene. Its might was even more terrifying. It gave rise to waves that could destroy the world, and they blasted out towards Juba. Juba dared not take this attack head-on, and hurriedly leaped up, avoiding this blow. Even the demon masters were stunned. How could this guy's power be so strong? Just how many stars had he formed? Though an Eternal River tier could form innumerable stars theoretically, this was merely theory. In truth, once one had formed more than 1 million stars, because he had not unlocked the upper limit of his cultivation level, forming every additional star was extraordinarily difficult, and it would become more and more difficult as time went on. Even for those as strong as Emoli and the others, they had only formed around 1,100,000 stars. This was a publicly acknowledged upper limit. No matter how freakishly talented you were, you would only attain this point and no further. Then how could Tanimo have such overwhelming power? Tanimo took the initiative to attack. He merely struck out with palm strikes and did not use any kind of secret technique, but because his power was really too strong, it had reached a completely overwhelming point. What need was there for him to use any kind of secret technique? Everyone paled. Juba was the synonym for the strongest of the Eternal River tier in their hearts, but now he was evading like he was a duck that was being chased to and fro. He did not even have the ability to fight back, which stunned all of them. You all come at me too. Tanimo pressed down a palm again and pulled both Emoli and Yunhe into the battle. 3 great big shots of the Eternal River tier joined forces, but it was useless. Tanimo was like the heavenly emperor of many realms, able to suppress all with a single palm. The 3 big shots were all no match for him and could only retreat and dodge repeatedly. Enough. The Hysteria Demon Master waved a hand and stopped the battle. Then he asked the old man, how should I address you, my friend? From whence have you come? The old man chuckled. I am Tan Feng and I come from Dongchang. Dongchang. What galaxy or planet was this? The demon masters all looked at one another, and could see confusion in each other's eyes. Friend Tan, your disciples may all enter. However, as there is a force on the level of Black Demon, at least, if we enter we would become the target of attack of this force. Thus, we all need to wait here, the old female demon master explained. Tan Feng showed a hint of surprise, but he immediately withdrew his shock. He nodded and said, Emo, take good care of your clansmen. Understood. Tan Emo nodded respectfully. Then he nodded at his 4 clansmen. They took the lead in entering into the stone-arched doorway. Once they passed through, their figures became endlessly smaller and then disappeared from view. Even the demon masters could no longer catch sight of them. The others all looked livid. This clearly was an ancient site that they had discovered, and not only did they have to share it with outsiders now, the latter even entered the ancient site before them. But if they encountered these 5 people inside the ancient site, they unfortunately could only avoid them. Tanamo was too strong. Go on. Ling Han and the others also walked towards the stone-arched doorway one after another. Their figures disappeared in succession, and when they reappeared, they had already entered into the ancient site. There was an endless and boundless ocean before their eyes. This was expected because they could already see this from the outside. However, because they had not experienced it personally, they could not imagine just how wide and expansive this massive ocean was. The first step was to cross the ocean. Ling Han stood in midair. Ahead of him, a great many people were already in the midst of crossing the ocean, and there was completely no trace of Tan Mo and his group who had been the first to enter. There is something I need here, Small Tower suddenly spoke up. Massive waves. Ling Han stared blankly and asked, what is that? Chaos Source Rock, Small Tower replied. Was that thing again? Ling Han nodded and said, I will get it for you if I get the chance. Not just a chance, but it is an absolute must for you to get it. Small Tower declared solemnly. This Chaos Source Rock is extremely large. I can sense the waves of source power from it even from so far away. If I can extract the power contained within, it would be greatly beneficial to my recovery. Ling Han thought for a moment and asked, beneficial to what extent? You can get 1 chance for a power boost, Small Tower said calmly. Ling Han's eyes lit up. How strong would it be? You can defeat all below the Celestial King tier. Gasp. Ling Han revealed an expression of shock. Though he did not know in what level Celestial Kings were considered to be in the Celestial Realm, but to be able to lay claim to the name of Celestial King meant they could be considered kings in the Celestial Realm. If they were not at the top level, who would dare use this name? Right, I will definitely get it for you. He made his decision. With this power boost, he would be able to sweep aside all opposition in one Forbidden Land. If all the saints of the Forbidden Land had left, he would be able to conquer it completely. You are indeed thinking of nothing but personal gain, snob. Small Tower retorted in disdain. Ling Han was speechless. Would this proud tower be unable to sleep easy if it did not mock him at least once a day? Where is it? He asked. He had long since learned to ignore Small Tower's poisonous tongue. At the top of the mountain in the middle of the ocean. Ling Han stared into the distance. The mountain peak that was initially only a few hundred meters tall had practically pierced through the clouds in this place. Even if he was an endlessly long distance from it, he could still vaguely see its outline. Despicable guy, we're leaving. Wu Ju's voice rang out. Ling Han looked over. Emoli was already leading the group to cross the ocean. Not just them, the others were also crossing the ocean. There were 10 in each group, and they all drew out their precious tools that were capable of flight. There were ships, lotus flower stages, and bowls, but they were all flying in midair. Not one of them was traveling in the water. He followed suit. With a leap, he had already arrived on the small boat that Emoli was steering. This was a lone raft and looked like it could only accommodate about 10 odd people. Whilst it was rapidly traveling, sharp winds blasted at them, causing them to feel as if their skin was being sliced by sharp knives. Thankfully, as long as they activated their origin power as defense, this did not pose much of a threat. Ling Han was uncaring. His physique was too strong, so even when the strong winds hit him, they were not the slightest bit of threat to him. The flying raft pierced through the air, and the disciples and juniors of the 17 demon masters all formed a row. None stood in front of the others. This seemed very calm and peaceful. Though the ocean was overwhelmingly huge, they would probably be able to reach the other side in about a few months' time. Why was it said that a great many people did not even manage to cross the ocean? A few hours soon passed. Though there would be occasionally a few waves rolling out in the ocean, it was still considerably peaceful. Suddenly Ling Han's eyes snapped open. He stood up. He saw that there was a white line in the distance that was rapidly approaching them, and it was at an extraordinarily rapid pace at that. "Despicable guy, what are you making a fuss for?" Wu Ju immediately demanded. He simply did not like Ling Han. "A wave is here." Yet Mo Li's expression was one of utmost seriousness. "Make a formation, let's withstand it together." Aside from Ling Han and Wu Ju, the others all looked solemn. It was clear that they had long since known what that was. Ling Han sighed. Though he had been pulled in, he was still completely in the dark. He had absolutely no idea what the exact situation was in this Ocean Dragon Mountain mystery realm. At present he only knew that there was a Chaos Source rock. It was very big and could be used to recover the Black Tower, allowing him to have a chance for a power boost, and being able to easily kill many great elites even from the Celestial Realm. He did not dare be careless either. If one dared relax his guard in a mystery realm, that was just courting death. The white line was coming closer and closer. Ling Han could already clearly see that it was indeed a wave, but it was too frightening. It was 3,000 meters tall, and it was like a whole mountain was about to slam into them. "Can't we fly the flying raft above 3,000 meters?" he asked. It was not only them. The other flying tools that the others were aboard did not rise up either. Instead they chose to confront the wave head-on. "No." Emoli shook her head. "Above 3,000 meters, the strong winds are very frightening, and the precious tool would immediately be destroyed." Ling Han nodded. He knew that there was definitely a reason that Emoli and the others had done so. It was only that he did not know what that reason was. Boom. The massive wave was rolling out too quickly. In a mere instant, one could already hear a huge commotion. This was very inconceivable. It was clear that the massive wave was rolling out at a speed that had exceeded the full speed dash of most eternal river tears, yet the sound of it reached them first. "Get ready," Emoli called out loudly. Everyone concentrated and their power soared to the limit. The massive wave slammed into them. The flying raft immediately released an ear-piercing noise. That was the sound of the material that was used to build the precious tool currently sustaining a great pressure. Suddenly 3 people were sent flying by the wave. Ling Han, being sharp-sighted and deft, forcibly pulled these 3 people back. Ping ping ping. The flying raft sank into the wave's wall. All of them were being struck by the wave. The defense of origin power of a large number of them was instantly obliterated. Then their faces turned ashen as they coughed up copious amounts of blood. However, though the wave's wall was very thick, this wave was really rolling out too quickly. It was truly just the blink of the eye and the wave had passed them. Wu Ju and the others all slumped onto the ground. The little bottom was still fine and did not sustain any injury. Ling Han had seen clearly that there was a flash of white light on this brat's chest. It should have been a precious tool that had activated and blocked the impact of the huge wave. However, the others were not so lucky. A few of them broke some bones and they were moaning there with pale faces. "Oh no." Mo Li's expression was solemn. Her eternally wooden face was actually wearing a frown. "Our luck is not so good this time. We actually encountered the fiercest tides. Then I'm going back first. You guys go on ahead, work hard." Wu Ju immediately declared. He still wanted to tempt the heavenly phoenix divine maiden away from Ling Han's side, yet did not know that she was presently together with Ling Han. Mo Li humphed and retorted, "The moment one enters this mystery realm, there is no way out. You can only wait for the 3 years to be up, and be naturally expelled from this mystery realm, so just give up the idea." "Ah." Wu Ju slumped onto the ground, wanting to cry but having no tears. Ling Han shook his head. He was really rendered speechless by this kid. Then he asked Emoli, "What's going on with these waves?" In the past, the demon masters had come here, and deduced that there should have been a supreme great elite that had died in the ocean. Thus, it created waves in the ocean, and there are naturally shards of the regulations that great elite had grasped embedded within them. They possess frightening destructive power, Emoli said. Furthermore, we have just reached the ocean, so the power of the waves should be at their weakest, but based on my experience, the might of the waves now has already reached the level of traveling midway across the ocean in the past. This can be claimed to be one of the most frightening tides in history. When Qi Huangji and the others heard this, they were all very depressed. They had only managed to enter into this Ocean Dragon Mountain mystery realm with much difficulty, and to their great misfortune, they encountered a year of calamity. Whom could they voice the injustice to? Before the next wave hits, let's quickly leave. Emoli thought for a moment. Though the massive waves are frightening, the shards of regulations of that great elite would also nurture natural treasures. The last time I entered, I saw a divine bamboo with 9 segments. This time it will probably be flowering and bearing fruit. It was not easy for bamboo to flower. Once it did, it meant that it was close to the end of its lifespan. At the conclusion of its life, a divine bamboo would pour all the essence that it had accumulated in its lifetime into the fruit that would be born after the flower bloomed. This was a precious treasure, a great herb that even demon masters and saints would be tempted by. Caught up. Ling Han's eyes suddenly lit up. What he lacked was precisely saintly medicine. Emoli continued to steer the raft forwards, while the others all did their best to recover their vitality. After a few more hours, there would be another barrage by a massive wave. If they could not recover to their prime condition before that, the negative effects would endlessly accumulate, and would definitely result in serious injury. The other groups did not seem to be any better, especially those groups without such super elites like Emoli Zhuba and Yunhe on standby. They were all bruised and battered. A few hours later, the second huge wave came as expected. In the midst of the fierce barrage, a considerable number again coughed blood and experienced broken bones, and the flying raft was also undergoing a serious test. Going by this trend, let alone reaching the mountain peak in the middle of the ocean, it would be a problem for them to even travel 1/3 of the way there. The ship will be destroyed in the end, but before that we'll try to get as close as possible, Emoli said. If she was the only one on this journey, she naturally would not need to use whatever flying raft. She only had to physically fly there. However, her main reason for entering here was to take care of these junior sisters and junior brothers of hers. Thus the flying raft was the best option. It could allow these junior sisters and brothers to get as much time as possible to adjust. However, though the massive waves this time were frightening, Ling Han was also on board, and if he used his full battle prowess, he was in no way inferior to Emoli, so it naturally allowed this group of theirs to have a much easier time than the others with the combined effort and help of these 2 great big shots. It could be seen that Ling Han's group of 10 were already in the lead. The other dozen or so groups meanwhile were quite a distance behind. Furthermore, they no longer advanced together at the same pace. Those groups that had a big shot on standby were in front, and those without were behind. The poorer their abilities, the farther behind they were. There's something ahead. Ling Han's eyes were focused on the surface of the ocean. He stretched out his hand, and origin power formed a huge hand that grabbed out at the ocean's surface. No, Emoli hurriedly advised. But it was too late. Ling Han had already scooped up the ocean's water, and withdrew the large hand. When he opened his palm, he saw that there was some duckweed in his grasp, and it had borne a small silvery chestnut. Spiritual treasure silver chestnut. Emoli's eyes lit up, and then she revealed a sliver of shock. Your hand is actually unwounded. Spiritual treasure silver chestnut, a level 16 godly medicine, could be used to concoct various kinds of high-grade divine pills, and could be considered one of the very best among saintly medicines. Ling Han was very pleased and put the silver chestnut away into the black tower. Then he asked, why would my hand be wounded? How could she curse him like that? A disciple answered, Brother Ling, don't forget that there are shards of regulations belonging to a supreme great elite in the ocean's water. Dipping your hand into the water would be equivalent to colliding with these shards of regulations. It would easily wound even a big shot. Otherwise, why would we choose not to travel underwater? If they traveled underwater, it would perhaps be slightly slower, but they would be able to avoid the massive waves and it was much safer. But hearing these words from him, it was indeed impossible to travel underwater. That would be equivalent to taking the initiative to confront the huge waves at all times. If they emerged from the experience without severe wounds, that would be the true strange thing. So that was the case. Ling Han nodded. It looked like his physique was indeed too strong, and even the shards of regulations could not wound him. This definitely corresponded to cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the more impact would be felt. However, his physique had far surpassed his cultivation level, so he was naturally completely unscathed. The flying raft advanced, and as they continued to venture deeper into this ocean, they could also see a great many godly medicines on their way. The majority of them ended up in Ling Han's pocket, but he did not spend the time to harvest some of them, due to the distance factor. Because they had not seen Tan Mo and his group all this while, it meant that those 5 people were still ahead of them. If they delayed too much on their journey, that divine bamboo would fall into the hands of others. That was saintly medicine, and even 10,000 high-grade godly medicines could not compare to it. In truth, Ling Han really did not lack godly medicines. Previously, when he had been in the Medicine King's cave, he had harvested a great many. Otherwise, he could not possibly simply concoct any kind of eternal river tier-level divine pill as he liked like he could at present. The massive waves here adhered to their own rhythm. There would be a wave about every 12 hours, which just happened to be half a day's time. After they had experienced a total of 27 waves, they had completely thrown off the 16 groups behind them from their tail, and they finally spotted Tan Mo's group in front. These 5 people were actually seated on a spread-out scroll. It was very big and was 30 meters long and 9 meters wide. It was completely golden, and there were densely packed characters which rose up into multiple demonic patterns written on it. Each demonic pattern seemed capable of suppressing eternity. Ling Han and his group spotted Tan Mo and their group, and the latter clearly spotted them as well. They all looked disdainful, and 2 of them even used their hands to form insulting gestures. "Amoli, catch up with quickly, we'll beat these bastards to death." Wu Ju howled in fury. Yet Amoli's expression was solemn, and she coldly commanded, "Do not make trouble." Tan Mo was too strong. He had even surpassed the level of a big shot, and he could be claimed to be a pseudo-demon master. She even suspected that great elites that had just reached demon master tier might be far inferior to Tan Mo in terms of power. Wu Ju pouted, looking completely like a little bottom. Tan Mo sat cross-legged in the foremost position. He also turned his eyes their way, and there was some surprise in his gaze, as if he was confused how Ling Han and his group could have possibly caught up to them. It should be known that the scroll that they were astride was not an ordinary object, but a decree that was personally written by a heaven demon. The strongest regulations of heaven and earth of the netherworld were condensed within. But even so, they still experienced much strain when they were being barraged by the huge waves. The shards of regulations embedded in these huge waves would be stronger the stronger their foe was, and even the decree of a heaven demon could not suppress them. But with the decree of a heaven demon, they definitely had a large advantage over everyone else. They should have left those people behind them farther and farther behind, so how could it be possible that others would catch up with them? Tan Mo's expression was like a smile yet not a smile, and a hint of killing intent leaked into his eyes. This was a very clear warning. Don't even think of trying to catch up, or he would definitely not be reserved. Mo Li and the others naturally saw this kind of warning clearly, and they were all furious. This mystery realm belonged to their 17 demon masters. You all were only outsiders, and not only did outsiders like you overwhelm your hosts, you actually dared to be so imperious. How preposterous. Tan Mo withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. He was completely indifferent about the reactions of Ling Han and his group. In his eyes, they were all absolute trash. Even if they were defiant, so what? Did they actually dare come close? If they did, he would dare to kill them. Too arrogant. Qi Huangji and the others all grumbled. Ling Han did not say a word. At present he did not have a conflict of interest with Tan Mo yet, but once the 9-segment divine bamboo was found, if a fight started and that was practically a confirmed matter, then he would not shrink back either. He would deal with him with the divine demon sword. It could be claimed that even if Hu Feng caught up with him at this time, Ling Han would dare confront him head-on too. Of course, it would only be 1 or 2 strikes. More than that, and he would still have to retreat, but he even dared to stand against a saint, so what worth did you, a pseudo-demon master or semi-demon master, have? The person who laughed last would laugh best. Boom. It was at this moment that the 28th huge wave rolled out towards them from afar. The decree that Tan Mo's group was aboard immediately exploded in a burst of golden light, as if a demon master was about to walk out from within, forcibly slicing a passageway through the massive wave. Yet the huge wave was indeed not to be trifled with either. Multiple seals lit up in the ocean water and began to attack them. As the wave swept over them, Tan Mo's group all paled. Even the speed of progression of the decree had sharply decreased. At this time, Ling Han and the others also greeted the incoming huge wave. Boom. Harvesting frui. Outside. Tan Feng continuously circled around the ancient site. On the outside, it was only 3,000 meters wide and a few hundred meters high. As this powerful demon master circled, he was calculating by his knuckles. If Ling Han had seen this, he would definitely have been incredibly stunned. This was making a prediction. Even someone as strong as the Star Sand Saint was unable to predict the affairs of the world. This seemed to be a secret technique that belonged solely to the Forbidden Lands, and could also possibly be an ability that only the 8 Stones Forbidden Land possessed. But now, Tan Feng had that ability too. Just where exactly had he come from? Extraordinary. Extraordinary. Tan Feng's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is definitely not left behind by any black demon. A black demon does not possess such strong power to be able to block off my prediction. Even a heaven demon could not. I would still be able to find out 1 or 2 clues. This definitely must have fallen from the celestial realm. In that great turmoil those eons ago, who knows how many powerful forces have been overthrown, and it would not be strange for the ancient sites of the celestial realm to appear in the immortal realm. This is not something that a few juniors can deal with, even I could not. There is a need to ask the Grand Elder to come personally. He unobtrusively walked to one side and drew out a stone, which he spoke a few words to. A wave that even the demon masters were not able to grasp was already being transmitted to the depths of the universe, and in an instant, the message traversed millions and millions of miles. Though the Overlord Sword Demon Master and the others turned to look at him, they did not discover anything off. Even for those as strong as they were, there were in truth a great many things that they were not aware of. Boom, the huge wave swept over them, and multiple cracks had already appeared on the flying raft. It looked like it definitely would not survive the next wave. Emoli directly drew out a second flying raft and everyone switched onto it. The first raft was allowed to drop into the ocean. Their distance from Tan Emo and his group was a little smaller now. Emoli steered the flying raft but did not catch up to them. Tan Emo showed an expression of arrogance. Because there were shards of regulations in the waves, he could not see how Ling Han and his group had dealt with the barrage of the massive wave, but it was obvious that these people were very wary of him. They didn't even dare to approach him too close. They were merely a few ants of the netherworld. After traveling a further while, a green bamboo appeared ahead of them. It was protruding from the wide ocean just like that. It could already be seen even when there were at least a few thousand miles separating them from it. It was clear how wide and tall this green bamboo was. They had found it, the 9-segment divine bamboo. Tan Emo and his group naturally saw it as well because they slightly changed their course, and headed towards that divine bamboo. Emoli frowned slightly. Once Tan Emo and his group wanted to snatch that divine bamboo, how was she to stop them? Putting aside the fact that there were only herself and Ling Han here, even if all the disciples and juniors of the 17 demon masters were all here in combined forces, they might not be able to stop Tan Emo either. His strength had reached an overwhelming extent, and the advantage of numbers was completely insufficient to compensate for this gap in power. But to give up just like this, she was definitely unwilling. Follow them. There was absolutely no need to spend too much time to cross a distance of a few thousand miles for a flight god tool. In a short while, they had already come endlessly close to this divine bamboo. It was really too huge. Merely the part that was sticking out from the ocean bed was already 30,000 meters tall, and it was several hundred meters wide. Furthermore, at the top of the divine bamboo, a green fruit could clearly be seen. Even from such a far distance, a refreshing fragrance could vaguely be smelt. The divine bamboo is already dead, Emoli said slowly. They had never thought that she would actually have such an emotional side to her. This divine bamboo was indeed already dead. Though the body of the divine bamboo still had divine seals of great Tao floating on it, its vitality had already disappeared. However, at the top, that green fruit was still flourishing with life. This was a fruit that the divine bamboo had poured all its essence into. A precious treasure. The body of the bamboo could be made into a demonic tool, while the fruit was a supremely valuable medicine. Get down here. Tan Emo suddenly shot out a fist at the body of the bamboo, wanting to shake this fruit down with brute force. He previously should have tried this before. The air here was filled with a frightening pressure, and even he dared not be rash. One densely packed seals on the body of the bamboo lit up, but they returned to an undisturbed state very soon. It did not even tremble. What a joke. This was saintly material here and you thought you could deal a shock to it. Tan Emo involuntarily frowned. He couldn't climb up and the fruit would not drop down from being shaken, so what was to be done? Furthermore, he also wanted to collect this divine bamboo. If he refined it to the length of a few feet, it would definitely be a supreme demonic tool. Ling Han stood up and said, "You guys wait a while for me." Without waiting for Mo Li and the others to react, he was already soaring upwards into the skies. This guy was planning to fly directly to the top of the divine bamboo and harvest the fruit. This guy's physique is astonishing, so perhaps he really does have a chance, someone said. But Tan Mo and his group are just watching from the sidelines. Even if Ling Han got it, they would be snatching it, right? Once he gets it, we will flee as quickly as possible. I am sure they will not be able to catch up. That's right, the fact that we managed to catch up to them clearly means that our speed is faster than theirs. Everyone was conversing excitedly. At this time, even Wu Ju did not set himself against Ling Han, and proposed ideas from the sidelines. However, Mo Li's expression was grave. She had exchanged blows with Tan Mo before, and had a real idea of how powerful the latter was. If Ling Han really succeeded, that decree might indeed be unable to catch up to them, but wouldn't Tan Mo be able to attack them on his own? He absolutely did not need the decree to be able to sweep aside all eternal river tears. That level of strength was practically enough to make anyone hopeless. But Ling Han had already flown up into the skies, so they could only proceed with caution now. When he came back down, they would act according to the circumstances. Tan Mo and his group also saw Ling Han's action, and couldn't help but scoff in disdain. What an idiot. Even we do not dare to exceed the height of 3,000 meters, and this brat actually deludes himself into thinking about flying up directly to harvest the divine fruit. He is really out of his mind. Ignore him. Brother Mo, with this divine bamboo being so sturdy, it is completely impossible to shake the divine fruit down, so what do we do? Tan Mo pondered for a moment and then said, the value of this mystery realm possibly far surpasses the estimation of those demon masters outside. I think Lord Sixth Elder should have already informed the clan, and by then even if Grand Elder does not personally come, either Fifth Elder or Fourth Elder will definitely come, the whole mystery realm will be ours. That's right, it's all ours, the other four young people all proudly declared, considering this to be inevitable and right. They looked at Ling Han. Though they were sure that he definitely would not be able to succeed, they did not leave. In any case, the distance of 30,000 meters could be crossed in a short while for Eternal River Tier, so it would not be too late for them to leave once they witnessed his failure. Ling Han shot through the air, and as his altitude increased, he gradually felt a pressure exerted on him. The air itself was like knives and was incredibly sharp. However, this was completely not enough to wound him. His speed did not decrease and he rushed madly all the way. Very soon, he had broken through the forbidden elevation of 3,000 meters, and was still shooting upwards. No way. Seeing this scene, Qi Huangji and the others were all dumbfounded. They knew that Ling Han's physique was astonishing, but they did not have a substantial idea of how strong it was. Now, with a clear comparison, they couldn't help but gape. On Tan Mo's side, those four were also exchanging looks and rendered speechless, yet Tan Mo's eyes lit up, a smile curling up the corners of his lips. If Ling Han could harvest it, that would be good too. It would be just right to benefit him instead. The broken wooden sword shows its migh. When he had reached the height of 24,000 meters, Ling Han also felt strained. It was not that his physique couldn't hold up to the pressure, but rather that the pressure here was too heavy, and formed a powerful hindrance. If he wanted to go further up, he would have to pay an exorbitant price. He could barely still persist, but when he reached 27,000 meters, he could not fly any further up no matter how hard he tried. This was the limit. Ling Han was unwilling to give up. The divine fruit was just 3,000 meters away, and he could smell its strong fragrance from here, causing every pore on his body to open up. If he could directly consume it, the effects would definitely be shockingly great. But how was he to get hold of it? He stopped and sliced out a palm at the top of the bamboo. The force of his palm strike turned into sword chi, which was astonishingly sharp. But there was also an unknown might in the air here. When he blasted out the sword chi, it was being continuously erased in the process of flying over, as if it was affected by Tide of the Ages. However, the Tide of the Ages was the power of time, and this was another kind of power that directly destroyed it. This flash of sword chi merely shot out 90 meters away, and was then completely dispersed. The gap was too big. Ling Han shot out the annihilating dragon star arrow, but it only widened this distance to 210 meters. He did not use the ultimate arrow. As he thought, even if he could shoot it out more than 10 times the distance, so what? It was still impossible to reach a distance of 3,000 meters. Was there any other way? Ling Han thought for a moment, then drew out the broken wooden sword, and stabbed it into the body of the bamboo. Wong. The sword's tip pierced into the body of the bamboo. Suddenly, multiple seals shone on the divine bamboo, resisting the broken wooden sword. It should be known that though the broken wooden sword was battered and run down, if one received a direct strike from it, even saints and demon masters would be killed. As expected of saintly material. This result was also within Ling Han's expectations. After all, they were both saintly materials. He merely wanted to give it a try. He was just about to withdraw the sword when he saw that multiple demonic patterns were also glowing on the broken wooden sword. This was strange. He had not used his origin power to activate it at all. The broken wooden sword had awakened automatically. He naturally dismissed the plans to withdraw the broken wooden sword, and instead watched on quietly. The broken wooden sword's demonic patterns all glowed, and a frightening black chi was simultaneously exuding from it. That represented the regulations of the netherworld. It was filled with murderous intent, causing even Ling Han's eyes to become bloodshot, and made him feel an urge to slaughter everything in this world. He hurriedly guarded his divine sense. No matter how strong a tool was, it was still a tool and should only be controlled. The opposite definitely could not be allowed to happen. With a piu, the broken wooden sword actually stabbed into the body of the bamboo. At first, Ling Han was stunned, which was quickly followed by joy. He hurriedly exerted force in his grip on the sword hilt. He wanted to slice the divine bamboo in half, and that divine sword at its top would naturally become his. However, only now did he know how sturdy saintly material was. The broken wooden sword seemed to have taken root in the bamboo, and he couldn't move it at all. If this demonic sword did not show its might on its own, he could do absolutely nothing against the divine bamboo. Ling Han was startled. What was he to do? Could it be he would lose a divine sword in the process of trying to get the divine fruit instead? Wait, no. He looked at where the broken wooden sword had pierced into the body of the bamboo, and saw that the bamboo that had initially been as green as jade actually showed a sliver of sallowness. He blew out a breath of air, and the yellow and withered part of the bamboo suddenly turned into dust, which floated in the air. This? Ling Han's heart jolted. This broken wooden sword seemed to have the ability of swallowing as well, though what it swallowed was not metal, but rather the 9-segment divine bamboo that was similarly of the wood element. The 9-segment divine bamboo lightly trembled. One after another, bamboo leaves fell light as feathers, but this was saintly material here. One fallen leaf also carried frightening destructive power. How could Ling Han possibly dare allow even one to touch him? He continuously dodged and evaded in midair. The speed of absorbing of the broken wooden sword seemed to become faster and faster. Ling Han could clearly see that the withered part that the sword had penetrated was expanding both upwards and downwards, spreading out over the whole body of the bamboo. After about a few hours, he could see a green fruit fall down from the skies. That was the fruit borne by the 9-segment divine bamboo, because even the branch that was connected to the fruit had had its essence extracted, and could no longer bear the fruit. Ling Han quickly made his move. He wrapped his divine sense around it and directly drew it into the black tower. Now no one would be able to take it from him. Boom, the whole divine bamboo crumbled, all its divine essence was swallowed by the broken wooden sword, and it decayed. Meanwhile, there was actually a battered part of the broken wooden sword that had recovered. Its color was clearly slightly brighter. Ling Han was shocked and asked Small Tower, "Is this sword also on the level of a celestial tool?" Tisk. Small Tower scoffed coldly as if it was filled with disdain. "Will you die if you speak nicely?" Ling Han began to threaten it. "Otherwise, don't even think about the Chaos Source Rock." Only now did Small Tower concede and replied, "Natural selection is an ironclad rule of heaven and earth. Both of them belong to the wood element, so they naturally would be able to swallow each other, but on the question of becoming a celestial tool, that is truly wishful thinking. As far as I know, among wood element materials that could become celestial tool, there are only a mere 3 types. What are they?" Ling Han's curiosity was incited greatly. "There is no need for you to know at present," Small Tower declared impatiently. "Go and get that Chaos Source Rock." Sai, was this his precious tool or his master? Ling Han shook his head but did not bicker with Small Tower. He knew its personality very well. He flew downwards, internally very pleased. He had gotten a divine sword, and also helped the broken wooden sword get a certain degree of upgrade. Though it was completely looked down on and disdained by Small Tower, before he entered into the celestial realm, this should be an incredibly powerful precious tool for him. "Hand over the saint fruit as well as that sword." Tan Mo stood in his path and said such words in a neutral tone, as natural as if he was a senior issuing a command to his junior. At this time, there were flight god tools approaching from the distance. That was Zhu Ba, Yunhe and the others. Though they had been left very far behind, Ling Han had also spent a very long time to harvest the divine fruit, which was enough time for them to catch up. The flight god tools stopped one after another. At first, everyone was unsure what was going on, but after Qi Huangji and the others explained, they naturally understood the situation. Mo Li, Zhu Ba, and Yunhe all stepped out and declared, "Whatever one attains in the mystery realm is based on one's own strength. If you want to take something by force, you will have to pass through us." "Just a group of trash, do you think I do not dare to kill you all?" Tan Mo asked coldly. At first, he had disdained from even attacking this group of ants, but the saintly medicine was much too important. Even their clan only possessed 2 such treasures. Furthermore, they hadn't ripened yet and could not be used. If he could ingest a saint fruit, the benefits would naturally be shocking. It was definitely nothing that these country bumpkins could imagine. Giving it to these people? That was an absolute waste and insult. "We don't believe you dare." Zhu Ba, Yunhe and the others shook their heads. There were 17 demon masters on standby outside. "Do you dare mess around?" Tan Mo revealed a dreadful grin. "What you all are doing is courting death." He leaped out and charged over at Mo Li, Zhu Ba and the others. A silvery river appeared around him, densely packed with stars. There were too many than could be counted. Gods. This, innumerable, was in the relative sense of the word. With the eyes of the eternal river Tyr, it naturally was not a problem to count them. Once they saw how many stars Tan Mo possessed, everyone trembled. More than 2,500,000 stars. Chapter 1564, Slaying a Big Sho. This was inconceivable. Zhu Ba, Mo Li, and some others had all surpassed the pinnacle level of the eternal river Tyr, and formed over 1 million heavenly bodies. However, it would be incredibly difficult for them to form any more. If the difficulty of a demon master forming an extra heavenly body on top of their foundational 1 million was assigned a value of 1, then the difficulty of an eternal river Tyr elite achieving this would have a value of 100. Moreover, this difficulty would continue to increase as one formed more and more heavenly bodies. The value of difficulty would grow from 100 to 1000, and 1000 to 10,000. Thus, it was widely acknowledged that forming 1,100,000 heavenly bodies was the pinnacle limit for eternal river Tyr elites. It would be impossible to surpass this number. However, this ironclad rule had been shattered now. Tan Mo had created a miracle and surpassed this number by a huge amount, no less. Over 2 million heavenly bodies. What kind of concept was this? No wonder Mo Li and the others hadn't been able to defeat him just then, even after they had teamed up. Mo Li's power had already reached a profound and overwhelming level. Zhu Ba and the 2 others were no match for him, and they were instantly sent flying after just one strike. The astonishing gulf in power between them couldn't be more evident. Fortunately, all 3 of them were super elites. Although they were sent flying, they hadn't been severely wounded. Ling Han stood face to face with Tan Mo. "Last chance," Tan Mo said calmly. Even though he had defeated 3 big shots at the eternal river Tyr with just a single strike, there was no sign of smugness on his face. After all, he viewed this as an extremely normal outcome. Thus, there was naturally no need for him to become smug. "Hand the divine fruit and demonic tool over." Ling Han glanced at him before saying, "Don't mess with me if you don't want to die." Tan Mo faltered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Do you think you're more powerful than me simply because you managed to obtain the divine fruit and I didn't? What an absolute joke. You're only at the medium extreme while I've already reached the pinnacle level. Moreover, I've formed over 2 million heavenly bodies. This is an overwhelming advantage." "You really want to seek death?" Ling Han asked. He also gave his final warning. "Just this question alone is enough reason for me to kill you," Tan Mo said coldly. He raised his hand and slowly pressed it down at Ling Han. He was purposefully moving slowly so that Ling Han could feel the terror of death bearing down upon him. Could Ling Han flee? No, that would be impossible. With Tan Mo's formidable power, how could Ling Han flee from his grasp? Not good. That person is about to get obliterated. The onlookers all whispered among themselves, yet none of them stepped forward to help. This was because they were no match for Tan Mo. Even if they all teamed up to target him, they would still be defeated in one simple strike. The gulf in power between them was far too great. There was no sign of delight on Wu Ju's face either. He had indeed wanted to defeat Ling Han, but definitely not in this kind of manner. However, Ling Han was completely unfazed as he retrieved his divine demon sword. Oh. Tan Mo was astonished. This was yet another demonic tool. He knew that Ling Han possessed one demonic tool, but a second one? His eyes were red with greed. The Tan clan didn't possess many demonic tools, and thus even prodigies like him would only have the right to obtain one after becoming a demon master. Resources were scarce, while prodigies were many. Thus there was no way around this. However, this ant actually possessed two demonic tools, and these were extremely powerful demonic tools, no less. This caused immense jealousy to rise from his heart. What right did Ling Han have to possess these demonic tools? However, this jealousy quickly transformed into a cold sneer on his face. This didn't matter. After all, as long as he killed Ling Han, both of these demonic tools would become his. As it turned out, he still needed to thank this ant. He was actually presenting him with two massive presents. Oh no, make that 3. His palm involuntarily pressed down quicker. In the presence of two demonic tools, even he couldn't maintain his composure any longer. You asked for this yourself, Ling Han murmured. He started to activate his divine demon sword. Wong. Numerous symbols lit up, causing the celestial tool to release a boundless radiance. What? Tan Mo's expression changed drastically. This was because he could sense the formidable might of a Genesis tier saint. How is this possible? There was an insurmountable gulf between Eternal River tier elites and Genesis tier saints. Even someone as powerful as him, whose power could surpass that of numerous demon masters who had just reached the Genesis tier, wouldn't be able to defeat Genesis tier saints in a true fight. This was due to the suppression of the Tao of heaven and earth. He would be no match for saints unless he formed more heavenly bodies and experienced a qualitative change. Thus, even he couldn't activate a demonic tool and unleash their full might. So why had this ant been able to do so? However, there was no time for Tan Mo to wallow in his astonishment. He hurriedly turned around to flee. Battling against a Genesis tier power? He still didn't have the right to do so. Pooh. The onlookers choked in shock upon witnessing this sudden turn of events. The 4 individuals from the Tan clan more so wore expressions of ghastly astonishment. That was Tan Mo, a prodigy who ranked highly even among all of the prodigies of the Forbidden Lands. Yet he was actually cowering before the might of Ling Han. That's a demon sword, someone exclaimed in a shaky voice. They bit their tongue in shock but still continued, that's a fully activated demon sword. No wonder Tan Mo had turned around to flee. A fully activated demon sword was equivalent to a demon master. This wasn't something that Tan Mo could oppose. Holy fuck. Ling Han gritted his teeth in exertion. The divine demon sword had drained him of all of his origin power and energy. The veined patterns on the sword were all illuminated, and they were circulating with a powerful aura that felt as if it could suppress past and present. Whoosh! The divine demon sword was astonishingly quick as it automatically sliced through the air and slashed at Tan Mo. Demon masters could cover tens of millions of miles with a single stride, and the divine demon sword was no exception. Thus, how could Tan Mo escape from its attack? Upon seeing the sword slash over, Tan Mo had no option but to turn around and block it with his full strength. If he turned around to block, he would still have a sliver of chance at survival. However, if he continued to flee, his only fate would be death. He roared loudly as the heavenly bodies behind him all unleashed a boundless might. He then launched a punch to meet the attack of the divine demon sword. Wong. The divine demon sword faltered slightly. He's blocked it? The onlookers were absolutely stunned. Was Tan Mo about to defy the heavens? He had actually blocked the attack of a demonic tool. Meanwhile, Tan Mo was both astonished and delighted. In fact, even he could barely believe that he was this powerful. However, his expression changed the very next instant. This was because the divine demon sword had started to move again, inching closer and closer to his throat. The sword was toying around with him. What kind of precious tool was this? Not only had it developed a spirit, but it had developed an extremely despicable spirit. It was actually toying around with its prey. Ling Han was rendered speechless. The divine demon sword had been nurtured and raised by him, so it had definitely taken after his personality. Was he this wicked? There was a slight feeling of guilt in Ling Han's mind. The divine demon sword inched closer and closer as cold sweat started to pour from Tan Mo's forehead. he could clearly feel the sensation of death bearing down upon him. This was a petrifying sensation. This had nothing to do with whether he was a prodigy or not. Everyone was scared of death, even Ling Han. It was just that there were situations where he would rather battle to the death than flee. No. Tan Mo roared. He was a prodigy of the Tan clan, and his future lay in the celestial realm, so how could he die here? Moreover, how could he die at the hands of a mere ant? He unleashed his full strength and even started to combust his life force. If he didn't make a sacrifice now, there would be no more chances in the future. However, before the fully activated Divine Demon Sword, he didn't stand an iota of chance, even though the Divine Demon Sword was only at level 17 right now. Pooh. The Divine Demon Sword slowly stabbed down, unstoppable as it pierced into Tan Mo's chest. Murderous aura surged outward, slowly obliterating his life force. There was bitterness on Tan Mo's face as he looked at the Divine Demon Sword in his chest. He reached over as if to grab something, yet his hands immediately fell to his sides, limp and powerless. Tan Mo, a supreme prodigy, was killed just like that. Chapter 1565 Swallowing an Insul. Everyone was stunned by this sight. In fact, this outcome had already been a foregone conclusion once the Divine Demon Sword had unleashed its full might. However, just how rare were Eternal River Tier elites who had formed over 2 million heavenly bodies? Truth be told, they were even harder to find than Demon Masters. Yet, Tan Mo had been killed not long after his appearance. The onlookers were truly finding it hard to digest this outcome. No! The 4 members of the Tan clan exclaimed in astonishment. Tan Mo had been the most outstanding prodigy among the younger generation of the Tan clan, and the clan had held extremely high hopes for him. Yet he had actually been killed by a mere ant in this mystery realm. You've brought a huge disaster upon yourself, a member of the Tan clan roared as he pointed at Ling Han. Commit suicide to repent for your crime. Ling Han scratched his head. Although the Divine Demon Sword had drained him of all his stamina, unlike Origin Power, it would recover extremely quickly. At the very least, he could stand up straight without collapsing to the ground. In any case, was there something wrong with these people's brains? If he had been afraid of the Tan clan, would he have killed Tan Mo in the first place? If you people continue to spew nonsense, I'll make sure to kill you too. There was killing intent in his eyes as he glared at the members of the Tan clan. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so he wouldn't kill these 4 people merely because they had provoked him. However, if they continued to push his limits, they would eventually breach his bottom line. The members of the Tan clan immediately shut up upon hearing this. They were far weaker than Tan Mo, so how could they dare to oppose Ling Han? Activate the decree to kill that villainous brat, they whispered among themselves. But the sea is far too turbulent. Without the protection of the decree, we might not make it out of here alive. Then we won't oppose that villainous brat for the time being. In any case, the 6th elder definitely won't forgive him when he learns of this. Moreover, Brother Mo also said so just then. The 6th elder has notified the clan, so they'll definitely send more powerful elders over. At that time, they chose to swallow this insult and back down for the time being. Zhu Ba and the others were all invigorated with excitement upon seeing this. Tan Mo had suppressed all of them just then, so they had only been able to watch on helplessly as these people acted with haughtiness and arrogance. However, now that Tan Mo had been killed, these 4 people instantly backed down in cowardice. What a sweet feeling this was. Anyhow, they were also unable to understand how Ling Han had managed to fully activate the demonic tool. However, they didn't mull over this for too long. After all, Ling Han was on their side now. This brought pride to their side, and it was truly a delightful feeling. There was killing intent in Mo Li's eyes as she swept his gaze over the 4 members of the Tan clan. However, she eventually held himself back from attacking. One needed to remove the roots when cutting weed, but these 4 people still possessed the protection of a decree. Just then, Tan Mo hadn't had the chance to flee back into the range of the decree. However, these 4 people certainly wouldn't leave its range now. With the decree of a demon master protecting them, how could Emoli hope to kill them? However, once a decree was activated, it would only be effective for a limited amount of time. Yet they all had to stay in this place for 3 years. Emoli and the others refused to believe that this decree could be effective for this long. Thus, this was merely a matter of killing them sooner or later. As long as these 4 people were disposed of, they could easily make up an excuse and say that they, along with Tan Mo, had been killed by the sea. After all, wasn't this a common and understandable occurrence? They had charged in without any understanding of the situation, so whom could they blame for their deaths? In fact, Ling Han had also considered killing them to destroy the evidence. However, he wasn't resolute enough to kill people for no good reason. More importantly, would someone with the temper of Tan Feng believe his explanation? He would definitely become wild with rage upon learning of the deaths, and it was very likely that he would indiscriminately capture people to search their souls. Thus, Ling Han still wouldn't be able to hide the truth. That being the case, he might as well be frank and forthright. He would fearlessly admit to being the killer. If he managed to obtain the Chaos Source Rock, he would receive one power boost opportunity after the small tower refined it. At that time, he would possess the ability to kill anyone under the level of Celestial King. That being the case, what trouble could a mere yellow demon bring? Of course, he wouldn't waste this opportunity if he didn't need to. After all, he wanted to save this power boost opportunity for the 8 Stones Forbidden Land. Small tower, can you give me a few more power boost opportunities? Ling Han asked. You can just give me slightly less power each time. For example, I'm happy with power at the Severing Mundane tier. Regardless of whether he was in the Immortal Realm or Netherworld, power at the Severing Mundane tier was already enough to crush all Genesis tier saints. No problem, I can give you 3 opportunities with power at the consummate level of the Genesis tier, Small Tower quickly replied. However, the condition is that you're able to obtain the Chaos Source Rock for me. 3 times? And only at the consummate level of the Genesis tier? Ling Han asked. He started to haggle with the Small Tower, saying, "This isn't right. Are you telling me that the power of a Celestial King is only equivalent to that of 3 Genesis tier saints? The power boosts aren't calculated like that. Take it or leave it," Small Tower said proudly. Ling Han sighed and said, "Fine, I'll take the 3 opportunities." Before entering the Celestial Realm, having the opportunity to wield power at the Genesis tier 3 times was most likely more advantageous than having the opportunity to wield power at the Celestial King tier once. If the need arose, he could simply find more Chaos Source Rocks to feed the vampire-like Small Tower. This would give him more power boost opportunities. Things were much better in the past. I would receive a free power boost opportunity every time I advanced to the next cultivation level. They continued to advance. Moreover, even though Ling Han had obtained a saint fruit, no one suggested that he share it. Of course they didn't. Not only did Ling Han possess demonic tools, but he even possessed the ability to fully activate them. As such, who would dare to provoke him? Ling Han swallowed some alchemical pills as he sat on the flying shuttle. He then retrieved a large number of true origin stones and used them to form a large spiritual chi formation. This would allow him to rapidly replenish his depleted origin power. Everyone on the shuttle gazed at him with respect and fear. Just his ability to activate a demonic tool alone was enough reason for them to kneel in reverence. Qi Huangji shook his head slightly. He had initially thought that he was only slightly weaker than Ling Han. By the looks of things now, the gulf between them had already grown to a boundlessly large extent. This gulf was so large that he could only gaze up at Ling Han. Although he was unwilling to, he still accepted this reality. If he refused to even recognize this difference, then what right would he have to be called a prodigy? The small shuttle continued forward. After several hours they met with another gigantic wave. However, they faced a huge test time as Ling Han was still recovering from his previous battle. Only Immortality could deal with this wave. When they eventually passed the wave, the small shuttle beneath them had already been smashed into pieces. "It looks like we need to come up with a backup plan," Immortality said as he retrieved another flying shuttle. They had naturally come to this mystery realm very well prepared. Ziyuan, Hengjun, Cheng, Qingyu, Hanlong, Guangming, you guys take another shuttle and return first. You can search for godly medicine in the outer regions of the mystery realm. Understood. The 6 people who were mentioned all nodded in understanding. They were weaker than the others, and even the shuttles wouldn't be able to protect them anymore. Since they needed to rely on their physique to advance now, these people would merely be holding everyone back. Thus, it was better that they retreated now. After all, the sea was vast and there were godly medicines everywhere. As such, there was no need for them to stubbornly advance. The group of 10 was divided into 2 smaller groups, one which retreated and one which continued to advance. The latter group only consisted of Ling Han, Immortality, Qi Huangji and Wu Ju. When the next wave came, Ling Han had already recovered most of his energy. However, even though he and Immortality worked together, the shuttle that they rode was still instantly smashed into pieces. At the same time, the wave continued to threaten their safety. However, Ling Han was unafraid. His physique was powerful enough to withstand this wave. Meanwhile, Emoli was also able to withstand the wave. Qi Huangji didn't fare as well as them, and he was left extremely disheveled. However, he was a rank 3 king tier after all, so he was able to grit his teeth and withstand the wave. As for Wu Ju, he managed to scrape through the wave thanks to a necklace that he was wearing. This was also the reason why only Emoli and the 3 others continued forward. The others would be unable to withstand the power of these gigantic waves. In fact, their flesh and bones would be brutally crushed if they attempted to face these waves. In any case, it was as if Emoli had prepared countless shuttles, retrieving a new one each time the previous one was destroyed. This allowed them to spend less origin power as they advanced forward. Although it wasn't much, saving a bit was still better than saving nothing at all. After continuing forward for 3 months like this, a colossal peak that towered into the sky gradually appeared before their eyes. Chapter 1566 Deciphering Formations. This was Ocean Dragon Mountain. Ling Han gazed up, yet he was unable to see the peak of the mountain even with a vision as powerful as his. It was as if that were truly a boundless peak that soared to the pinnacle of the sky. Upon closer inspection, he could see that this mountain bore a surprising resemblance to a raging dragon that was soaring into the sky. The 4 of them landed at the foot of the mountain. According to Emoli, they couldn't directly ascend the mountain from the air. This was because the mountain was surrounded by terrifying restrictions that would cause certain death if activated. There were 99 different paths leading to the peak of the mountain, yet each path could only be chosen by one person. Once it was chosen, no one else could walk that path. Of course, this was unless the first person died. This wasn't impossible, since these paths were also littered with restrictions. It was just that there were fewer restrictions on the paths than surrounding the mountain. In any case, it wasn't necessary for them to forcefully ascend the mountain if they couldn't decipher the restrictions. After all, they would be kicked out of this mystery realm once the time limit of 3 years was up. They didn't need to worry about being trapped here forever. Emoli reiterated that they didn't need to push their limits, and that they should give up if they couldn't advance any further. There was no need for them to risk their lives. Only after reinforcing this point did they each choose a path and begin to ascend the mountain. In fact, there were many rare opportunities while ascending the mountain as well, with treasures such as cultivation techniques, pill recipes, and precious tools appearing from time to time. Although there were relatively few people who could successfully cross the sea, the total number after all these years was definitely still very high. Moreover, each of these people would have attempted to ascend the mountain. Thus, all of the lower-level treasures near the foot of the mountain had already been taken. If they wanted to obtain some treasures, they would need to reach a higher point on the mountain. It was clear that this would become harder and harder by the generation. The 4 of them split up, and each ascended a path of their own. Ling Han had also chosen a path. In fact, there was no notion of difficulty for these paths, with each being pretty much the same. After climbing for a while, several rocks appeared before Ling Han. Their appearance was extremely sudden, and it was as if someone had purposefully tossed them onto the path as an obstruction. Ling Han stopped to carefully examine these rocks. These were no ordinary rocks, with all of them having formation patterns carved into them. Each rock was linked to another, and they formed a small-scale formation together. Interesting. Ling Han had never seen this kind of formation before, and thus he didn't barge through it with brute force. Instead, he started to deduce a method to decipher this formation. Although this formation is simple, it's able to teach me some foundational concepts. These are things that I overlooked while cultivating in the 8th campus. In the past, I was only focused on studying high-level formations, yet I neglected to learn about these simple yet foundational concepts. The path to becoming a saint is difficult, so if I want to master saint-level formations, I must ensure that my foundations are extremely strong. Ling Han nodded to himself as he continued to climb the mountain. After ascending a mile or so, he saw another formation appear before him. This formation was also very easy to decipher, and he could have actually used brute force to barge through it. However, Ling Han didn't choose to do this. Instead, he only continued to advance after fully comprehending the formation. He continued to do this for all of the formations that he encountered on his ascent. Since most of these formations could be defeated with brute strength, they naturally hadn't managed to trap many of the people who had taken this path before Ling Han. Thus, Ling Han still hadn't obtained a single treasure yet. It was clear that the treasures had already been obtained by those before Ling Han. However, Ling Han wasn't discouraged by this. After all, no one had reached the peak of the mountain before. In fact, no one had ever witnessed the peak of the mountain before either. Thus, as long as he was quick enough, he would eventually reach a height that no one had ever reached before. At that time, any treasure that he encountered would naturally become his. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time trickled, and Ling Han had already deciphered over 3,000 formations in just a short 10 days. These had all been extremely simple formations. This continued all the way until the 300th day, by which time Ling Han had already deciphered hundreds of thousands of formations. After this, however, the formations that he encountered suddenly became more difficult. He had to pause to think for a moment before he could decipher them. However, this still wasn't enough to stop his advance. Judging from the lack of treasures along the way, Ling Han guessed that these formations hadn't been able to obstruct the large majority of cultivators who had walked this path either. Another 200 days passed, and the difficulty of the formations increased again. By this stage, the formations would already be relatively difficult to overcome with brute strength. Only those who possessed a physique as freakish as Ling Han's or those who possessed the power of big shots had the right to defeat these formations through brute strength. Ling Han started to use the Black Tower. More precisely, he started to use the reincarnation tree that was planted inside the Black Tower. He analyzed the formation patterns under the reincarnation tree, and this allowed him to greatly reduce the time that he spent. His pace was almost unaffected, and he continued to ascend the mountain at an astonishing speed. However, the formations also continued to become more and more difficult. This meant that Ling Han needed to spend longer and longer thinking and analyzing in the Black Tower. Of the 3 years time limit, there was still 1 year remaining. Anyhow, after deciphering a formation, Ling Han coincidentally found a jade plaque on the ground. He picked it up and tossed it into the Black Tower before analyzing it. This wasn't some trap, but rather a recording of a secret technique called Flying Dragon Shadow Hands. This wasn't a high-level technique, but Ling Han instantly knew that it was an extraordinary technique after taking a quick glance. He nodded to himself. Although those who ascended this mountain later would reap fewer treasures, the quality of the treasures that they obtained would definitely be much higher simply because of the height at which they were located as well as the difficulty associated with obtaining them. A good analogy would be the others obtaining 1,000 divine fruits while Ling Han only obtained 1 saint fruit. Even though it was much less in number, it was definitely much higher in value. He smiled happily as he continued forward. The formations became more and more difficult to decipher. If Ling Han deciphered them conventionally, he would need to spend at least a few months on each formation. However, with the help of the reincarnation tree, these formations didn't pose a problem at all. The speed of his advance was astonishing, and he also started to obtain more and more treasures. In fact, he would discover something on the ground each time he deciphered a formation. Most of these discoveries were jade boxes that held alchemical pills or divine fruits, though none of them had reached the saint level. This left Ling Han slightly disappointed. Quickly calculating the time, he realized that they were already very close to reaching the 3-year time limit. There were only 7 months remaining. I wonder if I can reach the peak, Ling Han thought to himself. If I can't reach it, then I won't be able to obtain the Chaos Source Rock. In other words, I won't be able to receive the power boost from the Black Tower. I'll try my best. Ling Han hadn't had a wink of sleep in these past 2 years. However, as an Eternal River Tier elite, he naturally didn't need to sleep anyway. This wouldn't cause any detrimental effects. Decipher, decipher, decipher. 3 months before the time limit, the peak of the mountain finally appeared before Ling Han's eyes. There was a temple there, and on its roof rested the stone statue of a true dragon. Ling Han could already see this quite clearly from where he was. Although that was only the stone statue of a true dragon, it still exerted a powerful pressure on him. It was as if it could come alive at any moment and soar into the skies, causing all the beings of the world to kneel before it. There were still 3 months, and this was probably just enough time. He continued to decipher the formations and advance. At this moment, he realized just how wise his decision not to bulldoze through the low-level formations had been. This was because he needed to use the foundational knowledge that he had mastered thanks to them to decipher these high-level formations. If he had bulldozed his way through, he definitely would have been at a complete loss now. His only option would be to randomly try his luck. Oh. Ah. Ling Han continued to exclaim in astonishment. Foundational knowledge was only foundational knowledge after all. Now, however, these high-level formations were giving him insights into how he could combine these foundational elements into more complicated structures. All of the complicated matters in the world could be broken down into more foundational elements. Similarly, as long as one had mastered all of the foundational elements, they could use them to construct more high-level and complicated structures. For example, saint-level formations. Chapter 1567 Corpse of a Celestial. Ling Han was struck by a sudden realization. These paths didn't actually exist as a trial for cultivators. Instead, they were here as a means to teach cultivators about formations, from the most foundational stages to more complex stages. The foot of the mountain allowed cultivators to grasp the foundations of formations. Afterward, the formations would slowly increase in difficulty and teach cultivators how to combine these foundational elements into more complicated and high-level structures. Following this increase in complexity, the formations would naturally become more powerful as well. A smile appeared on Ling Han's face. Even if he eventually failed to obtain the Chaos Source Rock, this trip would still be worth it. He had already developed a little understanding of saint-level formations. This isn't the right attitude. You definitely have to find that Chaos Source Rock. Small Tower exclaimed in discontent. I know, I'll definitely try my best, Ling Han replied with a sigh. What a hard tower to satisfy. However, even if there were just a sliver of chance, Ling Han would still try his best. After all, he would be the biggest beneficiary if the Black Tower managed to recover. Moreover, he would also receive 1 or 3 power boost opportunities, depending on the amount of power he desired. There were only a few kilometers remaining until he reached the peak of the mountain. Based on Ling Han's previous experience, there would only be a dozen or so formations left for him to decipher. However, following their explosive increase in difficulty, he would also need more and more time to decipher them. By the time he reached the last 3 formations, there were only 10 days remaining until the time limit of 3 years was reached. This evidently wasn't enough time. Right now, the time he needed to decipher a single formation had already increased to over 10 days. Thus, there was only enough time for him to decipher one of the formations. Ling Han shook his head in resignation. He had already tried his best and he truly couldn't think of any other way. Don't give up. Small Tower said. As if reaching some resolution, it said, at the risk of wasting some power, I'm willing to provide you with some help. Ling Han's expression involuntarily darkened. This damned Small Tower had been hiding its power from him this entire time. If it weren't for something that affected it, perhaps it would have never revealed its true power to him. I can increase the effects of the reincarnation tree tenfold, but this will cause me to fall into a slumber for the next few days. During this time, you won't be able to enter or exit the Black Tower, Small Tower said solemnly. Ling Han was astonished upon hearing this. By the looks of it, Small Tower wasn't actually hiding its power from him. Rather, the price of it taking action was truly quite large. Ling Han's biggest trump card was the Black Tower. If he wasn't able to use it for a few days, what would he do if he came across a saint or a demon master? He would only be able to withstand a few strikes at most. However, Small Tower had already reached a resolution, so how could he not have? Deal? Ling Han said with a nod. He was also extremely curious about the peak of Ocean Dragon Mountain. After memorizing the formations, he entered the Black Tower and started to analyze them under the reincarnation tree. Right now, both the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had given up their positions for him. Thus, the entire power of the reincarnation tree was focused solely on his body. 2 days passed and Ling Han finished deciphering the first formation. Another 2 days passed and he finished deciphering the second formation. Then another 3 days passed, and he finally finished deciphering the third and last formation. A total of 7 days had passed. Phew. Ling Han breathed a sigh of relief. An indescribably magnificent temple appeared before him. It towered 3 kilometers into the air, and it more so stretched dozens of kilometers into the distance. This temple was held up by innumerable columns, each of which also reached 3 kilometers in height. Before such colossal columns, Ling Han appeared incredibly tiny and insignificant. Brat, don't forget the chaos source, Small Tower said with much exertion. However, it was still unable to complete its sentence before falling into silence. Small Tower, Ling Han shouted. However, he received no reply. In fact, he couldn't even sense the existence of the Black Tower anymore. If he had known this, he would have brought the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden out first. However, who knew when Small Tower would awake from its slumber? 3 days would pass by in a flash, so how much commotion would he cause if he suddenly returned from this mystery realm with the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden by his side? The others would all wonder about his spatial god tool. Why had he been able to bring it into the mystery realm? Moreover, he had killed Tan Mo, so Tan Feng would definitely target him once he appeared. If the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were by his side, he would simply be putting them in grave and unnecessary danger. Let it be then. Ling Han took a deep breath before stepping forward. He had already become accustomed to the Black Tower's existence, and thus he was always unafraid even when faced with severe dangers. This was because he possessed an incredibly powerful trump card. Now, however, he couldn't use this trump card anymore. He could only rely on himself. Fortunately, this Ocean Dragon Mountain didn't look like a deadly place. Quite the contrary, in fact, judging by the educational formations along the way. If he managed to reach the saint level in formations in the future, this place would definitely be a huge contributing factor. There were no gates to the temple, so Ling Han was able to waltz right in. Upon entering the temple, the first thing he did was naturally search for the Chaos Source Rock. He had promised Small Tower that he would do his best to obtain it. He searched for the Chaos Source Rock everywhere. However, this temple was extremely spacious and also colossal in size. After searching for a moment, Ling Han suddenly stopped in his tracks. 10 corpses had appeared before him. Of these corpses, 8 were men and 2 were women. All of them appeared to be extremely old. They had all battled to death, and Ling Han could clearly see the sword wounds on their bodies. However, even though they had been killed heavens knew how many years ago, Ling Han still didn't have the right to even approach them. There were peculiar projections of the universe and heavenly bodies surrounding these corpses, and these projections took the form of numerous floating bubbles. Looking closely, he could see that each bubble contained a world that was continually transforming and undergoing the cycles of life and death, creation and destruction. Are these genuine worlds or are they mere illusions? Ling Han's pupils contracted slightly. These 10 people were far more powerful than any being that he had ever seen before. Perhaps he only knew of one person who could rival them. The Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire. Meanwhile, the 3 Phoenix Kings weren't even on the same level as them. These were elites from the celestial realm. It was just that they had been far too powerful when alive, so much so that Ling Han couldn't even fathom their power. Thus, he was unable to determine whether these 10 people had been more powerful when alive, or if the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire had been more powerful. Perhaps these are also victims of the Great Turmoil? What happened in the celestial realm back then? Why were so many elites killed? Anyhow, it made sense that Chaos Source rocks would appear here now. In fact, it was even possible that this entire mystery realm had fallen down from the celestial realm. These are the corpses of celestials. There's probably still some blood essence and celestial fluid inside their bodies. It's a pity that they're all humans, so I can't bring myself to retrieve them. Moreover, they're far too powerful anyway. Not to mention that I can't use the Black Tower right now. Even if I could, I'd still be seeking death if I attempted to approach them with my divine sense. So be it. I'll look for the Chaos Source Rock first. Ling Han pondered for a moment before deciding to honor his promise with Small Tower first. Young man. An old voice suddenly reverberated throughout the temple. Ling Han's skin instantly crawled with goosebumps, and he more so felt somewhat stifled. The ancient sites that others entered were all ordinary ancient sites. They would clear challenges and obtain treasures, with the process being as normal as could be. However, almost none of the ancient sites that he had entered were ordinary ancient sites. They would always be subject to peculiar events such as what he was experiencing now. However, this was also part of his abilities, no? After all, who else had managed to reach the peak of this mountain and enter this temple before? Since no one had entered this temple before, it was only natural that no one had heard this voice before either. What the hell is this? Are you dead or alive? Ling Han asked. Although this question was strange, its importance was in fact very great. The old voice sounded again saying, Rest assured, I've already been dead for heavens know how many years. It's just that I left a wisp of my divine sense inside a Chaos Source Rock before I died, allowing me to exist until now. Chaos Source Rock. History of the Cheng clan. So what unfulfilled wish does Senior have? Ling Han asked. It was clear that he had died with frustration and resentment. If he hadn't left a wisp of his divine sense inside a chaos source rock, perhaps he might have even risen up and become a zombie. I have many unfulfilled wishes, the old voice replied. Yes, so hurry up and tell me. I can only stay here for 3 days and I still need to obtain the chaos source rock, Ling Han said in his mind. However, Ling Han didn't press him to continue. The Hysteria Demon Master and the others had stated that there might exist a black demon-level power inside the Ocean Dragon Mountain. It was evident that their suspicion was intimately linked with this dead yet still existent elite. Thus it was best not to offend this being. After all, he couldn't use his biggest trump card, the Black Tower, for the time being. Please do tell, Senior. If this junior is able to, I'll definitely help you fulfill your wishes, Ling Han said. Haha. The old voice chuckled before saying, Young man, do you truly possess this conviction? Ling Han nodded and replied, I never make empty promises. The old voice faltered for a moment before saying, My name is Cheng Fu and my Cheng clan is from the Celestial Realm. Oh, that's right, you probably don't know about the existence of the Celestial Realm. I'm aware of it, Ling Han hurriedly interjected. He didn't need to hear about the Celestial Realm again. Oh? Cheng Fu was slightly astonished. A young brat from the Netherworld actually knew about the existence of the Celestial Realm? However, he quickly regained his composure and said, Since you know about the Celestial Realm, that makes things a little easier. The Cheng clan also used to be a powerful force of the Celestial Realm. However, a great commotion erupted and this affected my Cheng clan. We were massacred by a supreme elite, and if it wasn't for the preparations that our ancestors made, and if it wasn't for the formation automatically activating and pushing our ancestral grounds out of the Celestial Realm, perhaps I wouldn't be here speaking to you today. Cheng Fu sighed before continuing, If it's possible, I want you to kill that supreme elite for me. Ling Han's expression involuntarily darkened. Old man, you're truly not holding back. This is someone that even you're referring to as a supreme elite. In other words, they're definitely an elite of the elites in the Celestial Realm. He paused for a moment before saying, Dare I ask, Senior, who is this supreme elite that you speak of? Also, what's their cultivation level? He's the Imperial Void Celestial King, Cheng Fu replied. Puh. Ling Han instantly choked on his own spit. Celestial King. There were few times when Small Tower would cower, but even it conceded that it couldn't defeat Celestial Kings. From this, it could be seen just how powerful Celestial Kings were. In fact, Ling Han suspected that the Black Tower was a precious treasure of a Celestial King who had most likely died during the Great Commotion. The Black Tower had also suffered severe damage, and for some unknown reason, it had managed to enter the lower realm, and had eventually ended up in his possession. Moreover, this Celestial King was definitely more powerful than most since the indestructible Heaven Scroll required one to comprehend the celestial techniques of numerous Celestial Kings if they wanted to reach a stage of great accomplishment. In any case, Celestial Kings were definitely supremely powerful beings. They were the big shots of the Celestial Realm. Kill a Celestial King? Ling Han chuckled bitterly and asked, Does Senior believe that I can achieve this? No. Cheng Fu replied firmly and resolutely. However, if you can find the place where my ancestor is recovering, perhaps you'll have a sliver of chance to succeed. Ling Han was astonished. Could it be that your ancestor is also a Celestial King? Naturally, Cheng Fu replied. His voice suddenly became proud and haughty and he said, Not only is my ancestor a Celestial King, but he's even an elite among the Celestial Kings. However, my ancestor became involved in some kind of great matter back then, and he ended up being surrounded and attacked by several other Celestial Kings. In the end, he managed to escape to some unknown place after suffering heavy wounds. As for the Cheng clan, it was clear that the Celestial King of the Cheng clan had fled. However, he could flee but the Cheng clan couldn't hide. As such, the ancestral grounds of the Cheng clan had been massacred by a Celestial King. Although there were preparations made by their ancestor which sent their ancestral grounds out of the Celestial Realm, there were still no survivors. Moreover, if a Celestial King were regarded as severely wounded, then they had to have suffered some astonishing Dao wound. Add to that the Immortals' calamity that they needed to face every 100 million years, and it was imaginable that their wounds would only become increasingly severe. If this were the case, even Celestial Kings wouldn't be able to escape from death. Now that so many years had passed, it was more likely than not that the Celestial King of the Cheng clan had already passed away. Thus, looking for that old Celestial King and asking him to exact revenge? This seemed even more implausible than him defeating the Celestial King. However, Cheng Fu was brimming with confidence and he said, "Our ancestor practices a profound cultivation technique, so he's definitely still alive. Young man, when you enter the celestial realm in the future, look for our ancestor according to the method that I'm about to teach you. That way the Cheng clan will be able to exact revenge. Moreover, if you receive some guidance from our ancestor, it shouldn't be difficult for you to advance to the Immortal Palace tier or Ascending Origin tier." Ling Han wouldn't foolishly believe these spoken promises and he asked, "Senior, are the Immortal Palace tier and Ascending Origin tier the major tiers after the Severing Mundane tier?" Since you know about the Celestial Realm, why aren't you aware of the cultivation levels in the Celestial Realm?" Cheng Fu found this especially strange, but he still replied, "The tier after the Severing Mundane tier is the Dividing Soul tier. After that is the Immortal Palace tier, and then the Ascending Origin tier. Beyond the Ascending Origin tier is the tier that every single Celestial dreams of reaching, the Celestial King tier. The Celestial King tier is divided into 9 levels, with each level bringing one closer to ascending the heavens. Our ancestor is a supreme Celestial King of the 8th heaven. In other words, he's only one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the Celestial King tier." Only now did Ling Han finally learn of the cultivation levels of the Celestial Realm, and sure enough, Celestial Kings were extraordinary beings who stood at the pinnacle of the Celestial Tao. However, Celestial Kings weren't ranked based on the notion of low extreme or high extreme, but rather were ranked according to 9 different levels. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, "If an opportunity arises, I'll definitely find your ancestor." In his view, the Celestial King of the Cheng clan either was hiding and biding his time because of his severe wounds, or he had already died from his wounds. Otherwise, he would have already learned about the fate of the Cheng clan long ago. If that were the case, would it be necessary for Ling Han to seek him out? "Senior, what on earth happened during the Great Turmoil?" he asked. It was extremely rare to come across someone who had experienced this event, and he was truly very curious about it. This was an event that had caused numerous Celestial Kings to die, so it was definitely over a matter that pertained to some very foundational principle. "I don't know either," Cheng Fu replied with a sigh. "I'm only a mere Severing Mundane tier cultivator, and I was coincidentally near the Chaos Source Rock when the massacre began. It was because of this that I was able to leave a wisp of my divine sense." Among Celestial King forces, those at the Severing Mundane tier were the weakest. Thus, it was only natural that Cheng Fu didn't know about the core secrets behind the Great Turmoil. However, what Ling Han found strange was the fact that only very few people knew about the reasons behind the Great Turmoil, even though it had engulfed the entire Celestial Realm. Logically speaking, more people should have known about the reason behind such a massive event. In any case, the Rock Palace was also a powerful force, and that old woman was most likely a Celestial King as well. Thus, she would definitely be aware of the intricacies. When he saw Hunyo in the future, he could get her to ask for him. "Young man, I won't make you work for nothing," Cheng Fu said. "Not only will I give you a Chaos Source Rock, but I'll even teach you several formations. If you can comprehend them, you'll possess the ability to defeat many Severing Mundane tier cultivators in the Celestial Realm. Follow my guidance and make sure you don't take a wrong step. This is the ancestral ground of the Cheng clan, and there's a powerful formation protecting it. No one can breach this formation unless they're a Celestial King." Ling Han nodded in understanding as he followed the guidance of the voice. At the same time, he looked around to observe his surroundings. This is a place where a Celestial King lived before. I wonder how many treasures remain here. However, it was a shame that Cheng Fu still held on to the hope that their ancestor hadn't died yet. He was hopeful that the Cheng clan could recapture the brilliance of its past. Thus, it was clear that he wouldn't give this ancestral ground to Ling Han. Chapter 1569 Rising Commotion. Ling Han had already reaped fairly rich rewards. When crossing the sea, he had obtained many godly medicines, and had even obtained a saint fruit. When ascending the mountain, he had also obtained many divine pills and secret techniques. As long as he could obtain the Chaos Source Rock now, this trip could be viewed as perfect. Following Cheng Fu's guidance, he continued to weave through the colossal pillars of the temple. Along the way, he witnessed many strange and peculiar scenes. This temple wasn't a simple structure. Instead, it was composed of many small worlds, with each room in the temple potentially being boundless in size. If he took one wrong step, it was possible that he would become lost in a small world. At that time he would need heavens knew how long to find his way back out. No wonder Cheng Fu dared to claim that no one under the level of Celestial King could breach this formation. However, so what if one was a Celestial King? Take the Celestial King of the Cheng clan for example. Wasn't he surrounded and attacked, resulting in the destruction of the Cheng clan? Their ancestral ground was massacred, and even though it had managed to flee from the Celestial realm, almost all of the clan members had been killed. After walking for several hours, Ling Han finally arrived before a stone room. He then opened the door using the method that Cheng Fu taught him before stepping in. He immediately arrived above a galaxy, in the center of which there hovered a gigantic rock that was radiating with an indescribable glow. This was the Chaos Source Rock. Ling Han determined this with a single glance. During his time in the lower realm, he had also obtained a Chaos Source Rock once. However, it was Hunyo who had helped him absorb it into the Black Tower. He didn't know whether he could replicate this now. The Chaos Source Rock is a precious treasure, even in the Celestial realm, Cheng Fu said with emotion. When charged with source power, it can help raise the level of one's physique. The Cheng clan relied on this Chaos Source Rock to nurture countless prodigies. However, it's a shame that those under the level of Celestial King were nothing but cannon fodder during the Great Turmoil. Young man, my task here is done. Take this Chaos Source Rock and leave. I'll seal this ancestral ground afterward, and only our ancestor will be able to find it. 1. The Chaos Source Rock started to hover toward Ling Han. Ling Han hurriedly absorbed it into his spatial ring. To his surprise, it actually worked. By the looks of it, he could suppress the ability of the Chaos Source Rock after advancing to the immortal level. He hadn't been able to do this the previous time. That was most likely because he had still been too weak, meaning that he hadn't had the ability to use the Chaos Source Rock. Boom. The world he was in suddenly started to crumble. Before he knew it, Ling Han had already reappeared on a barren and desolate planet. In the distance, there were a dozen or so demon masters standing with their hands clasped behind their backs. The time limit was a mere 3 years, and to demon masters this was as quick as the blink of an eye. Thus, there had been no need for them to return. They remained here to discuss Tao, and 3 years flew by just like that. Not only Ling Han, but the others had also been kicked out of the mystery realm. From today onward, the Ocean Dragon Mountain would disappear forever. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seemed like every mystery realm that he entered would reach the end of its lifespan was much like a star of misfortune. Tan Feng's expression involuntarily darkened as he swept his gaze across the cultivators. Where's Tan Mo? Sixth elder brother Mo was killed, the 4 members of the Tan clan hurriedly exclaimed. They finally had someone powerful to rely on now. What? Tan Feng exclaimed in shock. How was this possible? Who killed him? He hurriedly asked. Was it the black demon power in the mystery realm? It was him, the 4 members of the Tan clan replied as they pointed at Ling Han. Shua. Everyone turned around to look at Ling Han, including the 18 demon masters. However, the 18 demon masters all shook their heads, a doubtful expression on their faces. How could this be possible? Tan Mo was at the pinnacle level of the Eternal River tier, and his power was more so at another level compared to Mo Li and the other big shots. Who under the level of Genesis tier could kill him? Ling Han. Even the Hysteria demon master who knew about his freakish talent wasn't convinced that he possessed the ability to kill Tan Mo. After all, this was analogous to claiming that a sheep had defeated and killed a lion. It couldn't be possible no matter how he thought about it. It was genuinely him, the 4 members of the Tan clan exclaimed when they saw the cold gaze of Tan Feng sweep over. They hurriedly explained what had happened, also revealing that Ling Han possessed a demonic tool and was surprisingly able to fully activate it. The demon masters were astonished by what they heard. An Eternal River tier elite had managed to fully activate a demonic tool. Preposterous. They started to verify these claims with their disciples and descendants, and after hearing their answers, their expressions of astonishment grew even deeper. This young man was extremely strange. Meanwhile, Tan Feng was seething with killing intent as he locked his gaze onto Ling Han. This person had actually dared to kill a member of the Tan clan, the most prodigious Tan Mo no less. He was the hope of the Tan clan, and he was a prodigy who they believed could continue to shine even after entering the celestial realm. Die. Tan Feng roared. He didn't hesitate before attacking Ling Han. Taking revenge for Tan Mo was only one part of his motive. Apart from that, he was also attracted by the 2 demonic tools and 1 saint fruit that Ling Han possessed. Thus he didn't hesitate before attacking. Humph! The Hysteria Demon Master was prepared for this, and he immediately launched his palm in reply. It transformed into a streak of black light as it shot toward Tan Feng. Tan Feng had no option but to turn around and block. He was confident that he was more powerful than the Hysteria Demon Master, but he still wasn't arrogant enough to face his attack without putting up any defenses. Glancing back, he saw that Ling Han had already seized this opportunity to hide behind the Hysteria Demon Master. "Are you seeking death?" he asked balefully. The Hysteria Demon Master was a mere yellow demon, and he was nothing in the eyes of the Tan clan. Several of their elders could suppress him with ease. The Hysteria Demon Master flicked his sleeves and said, "When one enters a mystery realm, they take responsibility for their own life and death. Moreover, Ling Han killed Tan Mo as the weaker of the two, so one can only say that Tan Mo lost because his skills were inferior. If you continue to act so shamelessly, don't blame me for looking at you with disdain." If it were possible, he truly didn't want to engage in battle with Tan Feng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made an exception and allowed the 5 members of the Tan clan to enter. However, he also owed Ling Han, so he definitely wouldn't allow Ling Han to die before he repaid him. At the very least, he wouldn't allow Ling Han to die before his eyes. Tan Feng sneered and said, "No one has ever dared to kill a disciple of the Tan clan. This can't change now. This brat needs to die. If you insist on protecting him, then you'll also need to die. Everyone around you will need to die." How domineering. The remaining 16 demon masters all wore expressions of fury. Tan Feng was being far too arrogant. He had come uninvited into their territory, and now he was even acting with such wanton disregard. Did he truly think that they were harmless statues? "Ha, let me test your skills then," the Overlord Sword Demon Master said as he stepped forward. There was a flickering battle intent in his eyes. Although he had fought the Hysteria Demon Master for countless years, arguing over the problem of who was more powerful, his relationship with him was actually quite amicable. He had purposefully made a bet with the Hysteria Demon Master, and his aim was actually to become family with him through marriage. Thus, he naturally had to step forward and battle alongside him now. "Who else is there?" Tan Feng asked in scorn. "If you want to die, then hurry up and step forward. I'll remember each of you, lest I kill the wrong person in the future." The demon masters were enraged upon hearing this. Which of them wasn't a ruler of an entire galaxy? They were paramount beings no one would dare to disobey. They remained silent as they stepped forward, yet their reply was as clear as could be. Very well. Very well," Tan Feng said as he chuckled. He then suddenly looked up at one corner of the sky. Wong. A golden path materialized in the air, releasing a devastating aura that instantly enveloped the surroundings. "1570 The Third Elder." A golden path appeared and it brought along with it a powerful elite. It was a man who looked to be around 50 years old. He had a solid build, and his purple hair billowed in the air even though there was no wind. This person was far too powerful, and the demon masters couldn't help but tremble under the influence of his aura. "Earth Demon," the Overlord Sword Demon Master and the others exclaimed. Earth demons were equivalent to great saints, and they possessed the ability to easily suppress small saints or yellow demons. "Greetings, Senior." The demon masters all greeted the Earth Demon. This was a supreme elite, and he would be invincible among the dozens of nearby galaxies. His power was undoubtedly tremendous and unfathomable. "Our respects to the Third Elder." The 4 disciples of the Tan clan were extremely respectful as they kneeled to greet the Earth Demon. In fact, even Tan Feng bowed slightly in greeting. This was even though he appeared older than this Earth Demon. This supreme elite was called Tan Yun, and he was a paramount elite of the Tan clan. His title, the Third Elder, was proof enough of his power. 2 demon masters in a single clan. The demon masters were astonished. They had heard the disciples of the Tan clan referring to Tan Feng as their 6th elder before, and they had initially thought that this was simply a title based on his age. Judging by the current situation, however, they realized that the Tan clan still had 5 elders ranked above him, none of whom had died. Moreover, the 3rd elder was already an earth demon, so just how powerful were their 1st elder and 2nd elder? What kind of force was the Tan clan? This was far too terrifying. After greeting the 3rd elder, Tan Feng immediately turned around to sneer at the Hysteria Demon Master, saying, "Didn't you want to protect that brat? Ah, Come fight us. The Hysteria Demon Master wore a dark expression. His hands were tightly clenched inside his sleeves, and there was even the sound of his fingers cracking. At his cultivation level, it was already extremely rare that one would become enraged. With him being as lofty as a god, who would ever dare to oppose him? However, who could have imagined that an earth demon would suddenly arrive? Before such a paramount being, he was as weak and fragile as a young amateur cultivator. The rank of Demon Master was divided into 4 stages, and the gulf between each stage was profound. Even the so-called star geniuses could only sigh in dejection before the face of such tremendous gulf. Ha 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 ha. Tan Feng roared with laughter. It was usually beneath him to act with such haughtiness before juniors, but this time was different. The 17 Demon Masters had actually dared to oppose him, and this had infuriated him to no end. Pay. Who do you people think you are? Did these mere ants of the netherworld know where he had come from? His ancestor had come from the noble celestial realm, so just a finger of his was hundreds of times nobler than the sum of these people combined. Weren't you all acting pretty aggressively just then? Where's your temper now? Tan Feng continued to denigrate them, jabbing his finger at each of the 17 Demon Masters as he spoke. His voice was dripping with disdain. 6th Elder. Tan Yun finally spoke. His voice was extremely soft, yet it caused Tan Feng to immediately tremble and shut up. Tan Yun paused for a moment before asking, "Where's the mystery realm?" "This," Tan Feng said as he scratched his head. He didn't know either. At the time he had been fully focused on trying to kill Ling Han. As such, he had completely forgotten about the existence of the mystery realm. Upon seeing the look of displeasure on Tan Yun's face, he hurriedly said, "Third Elder, this brat killed Tan Mo, and he more so obtained a saint fruit and demonic tools in the mystery realm." Oh. Tan Yun glanced at Ling Han, and Ling Han immediately felt as if he had become completely transparent, with no secrets able to be hidden. He's merely at the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier, so how could he have killed Emoa? He's able to fully activate a demonic tool. Tan Feng added. Tan Yun couldn't help but feel astonished. An Eternal River tier elite actually possessed the ability to fully activate a demonic tool? This was incredible. One had to realize that even Tan Mo hadn't possessed such an ability. If one didn't reach the Genesis tier, there was no way they could grasp such high-level regulations of heaven and earth. "Capture him," he commanded. It was naturally beneath him to target an Eternal River tier junior himself. Tan Feng turned around and he glared at Ling Han as he said, "Does anyone still want to obstruct me?" "Father." Zhu Xian frantically shook the Overlord Sword Demon Master's arm. If Ling Han was captured by Tan Feng, his only possible fate would be death. The Overlord Sword Demon Master wore a deep frown, yet he eventually chose to remain silent. An Earth Demon was present now, so what more could he do? If he stepped forward, he would simply be asking for death. If he were a lone cultivator, perhaps he could still take a gamble. He could grab Ling Han and then flee. After all, the speed of Genesis tier Demon Masters was around the same. However, there were other things that he needed to consider, so he didn't dare to take this risk. Meanwhile, the Hysteria Demon Master also wore a deep frown. He owed Ling Han a favor, so idly standing by while Ling Han was killed would leave an irremovable thorn in his heart. This would directly affect his Dao heart. "Father, save him." Wu Ju whispered quietly. Although he hated Ling Han, that was merely a case of children being bitter and competitive. In terms of serious matters, he was still very clear on where he stood. At that time, it was indeed Ling Han who had brought him back to the netherworld. He remembered this clearly. Ha ha, a bunch of ants actually dared to challenge a dragon. Tan Feng sneered. He reached over and grabbed at Ling Han. He was feeling extremely delighted at this moment. 1. A burst of sword light flashed over, and a powerful demonic claw streaked through the air. The Overlord Sword Demon Master and Hysteria Demon Master attacked at almost exactly the same time, blocking Tan Feng's attack. "Are you seeking death?" Tan Feng was wild with rage. The third Elder had come, yet these people still dared to resist. "Elder." The Hysteria Demon Master clasped his hands in respect as he turned to Tan Yun, saying, "Ling Han killed Tan Mo in a fair battle, so don't you think it's unfair to have a Demon Master try to suppress him now?" "Unfair." Tan Feng roared with laughter. "What's fairness? My Tan clan represents fairness, and my Tan clan represents justice. Third Elder, please kill these 2 people to protect the name of our Tan clan." His words were far too domineering. Was the Tan clan the ruler of the netherworld? How could they be so wanton and unreasonable? Elder. Ling Han suddenly interjected, shouting, I'm from the 8 Stones Forbidden Land, and we have 10 elders in our clan. I've specifically come to the netherworld to train, and the elders of my clan definitely won't let things slide if you dare to target me here. He was simply making things up, and he was conveniently shifting blame onto the 8 Stones Forbidden Land in the process as well. However, the main reason for doing so was simply to buy time. Once Small Tower awoke, he would be able to use the back tower again. At that time, it wouldn't matter even if a heaven demon or earth demon arrived. He wouldn't be afraid of any of them. In fact, he could even turn the tables and kill them all if he desired to. Tan Feng involuntarily faltered upon hearing this. There was an expression of slight worry in his eyes as he turned back to glance at Tan Yun. Just like the Tan clan, that was also a forbidden land. He wasn't afraid of Ling Han, but he was afraid of the force behind him. If the force behind him happened to be more powerful than the Tan clan, then that would cause them no end of troubles. I've never heard of them before, Tan Yun eventually said. As he blinked, there was the image of tens of millions of heavenly bodies forming and dying in his eyes. His aura was profound and terrifying. Ling Han grinned and said, I'm not a member of the netherworld. In fact, I've come from the immortal realm. Tan Feng shook his head and exclaimed, Impossible. This person fit perfectly with the regulations of the netherworld, so how could he possibly be from the immortal realm? One had to realize that he had also attempted to enter the immortal realm before. However, the regulations of heaven and earth that he grasped would be forcefully suppressed and erased. If he stayed in the immortal realm for too long, even his cultivation level would start to fall. Thus, even though it was said that one could open the gates to the celestial realm after reaching the high extreme of the Genesis tier and fusing the regulations of the 2 realms, this was actually impossible in practice. (1571) Blocking 2 consecutive attacks. Ling Han completely ignored Tan Feng, and his eyes were only focused on Tan Yun. With a thought, a divine light suddenly burst from his body and soared into the sky. This column of light was so brilliant that it could perhaps be seen from an entire planet away. He was a being from the immortal realm. It really couldn't be any more evident. Tan Feng wore an expression of absolute astonishment, and it was as if he had been slapped across the face. He was rendered completely speechless. This was inconceivable. A measly Eternal River tier elite had actually managed to grasp the regulations of the immortal realm and netherworld at the same time? This was turning the impossible into possible. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, So what? Was a member of his Tan clan going to die for nothing? His gaze became cold and he was just about to launch another attack. Hold it there. Tan Yun suddenly said, stopping him in his tracks. Tan Feng was extremely domineering, yet he was as obedient as could be before Tan Yun. He immediately stepped back respectfully, though there were question marks floating in his mind. Could it be that Third Elder knows about this 8 Stones Forbidden Land or whatnot? Is he apprehensive because of them? Tan Yun gazed at Ling Han, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. As descendants of cultivators who had been banished from the celestial realm, they were all aware of how to return to the celestial realm. They needed to fuse the regulations of the 2 realms. Doing so would allow them to open the gates to the celestial realm. However, in the countless tens of millions of years after being banished, no one had ever managed to achieve this feat. The regulations of the 2 realms were impossible to fuse together, just like fire and water were impossible to fuse together. Regardless of which realm one was in, the regulations of that realm would always suppress and erase the regulations that one had grasped from the other realm. Even coexistence was difficult, so just how difficult would fusion be? Thus, returning to the celestial realm was merely used as a slogan. It was nothing but a dream. Now, however, it was as if they had seen a flicker of hope. They would pour all of their resources into raising Ling Han such that he could help them open the gates to the celestial realm. They would then kill him after entering. In any case, he would be able to open the gates once he became an earth demon. However, there were several heaven demons in the Tan clan. Thus, it wouldn't make a difference even if fused the regulations of the 2 realms and became an earth demon. After all, earth demons were absolutely no match for heaven demons. Entering the celestial realm was a dream of all those who were descendants of those who had been banished from the celestial realm. In fact, the importance of this dream was transcendent above all else, including something as serious as the death of an important clan member. Don't rely on some forbidden land and whatnot to threaten the Tan clan, he said with a chuckle. He naturally couldn't allow a junior to look down on him, and he continued, even Saint Kings will possess nothing but raw power upon entering the netherworld. They'll be inferior to even yellow demons. Ling Han burst into laughter upon hearing this. He was unfazed even in the presence of an earth demon. The Hysteria Demon Master and the others couldn't help but nod in their minds upon seeing this. This young man truly possessed some tremendous courage. Senior, even I'm able to fuse the regulations of the two realms, so the ancestor of my clan has naturally done so as well. Ling Han started to bluff again. In any case, no one here could call his bluff. If they wanted to, they were welcome to go to the immortal realm to verify his claims. However, Tan Yun was no fool, and he smilingly said, if an ancestor of the 8 Stones Forbidden Land has already fused the regulations of the two realms together, then wouldn't they have returned to the celestial realm already? This was a hole in his bluff. Ling Han sucked in a deep breath. He had been too focused on bluffing, yet he had accidentally taken the bluff too far. His mind whirred, and he said, how can a lowly forbidden land such as yours understand the true power of the 8 Stones Forbidden Land? How about this? I'll block one of Senior's attacks to display the strength of the 8 Stones Forbidden Land. Everyone was astounded upon hearing this. Who else spoke like this? Ling Han was referring to Tan Yun as Senior on the one hand, yet on the other hand he was denigrating the Tan clan as a lowly forbidden land. Just how much disdain did he hold toward them? However, this young man was truly quite courageous. He was actually offering to withstand the attack of an earth demon. Sure. Tan Yun replied calmly. It was as if his emotions hadn't been affected at all. He raised a hand and grabbed at Ling Han. This was only a casual strike. However, just how powerful were earth demons? The power of regulations circulated around his hand, and this was accompanied by the stunning brilliance of tens of millions of heavenly bodies. This strike was so powerful that even yellow demons wouldn't be able to withstand it. He has to dodge this. Otherwise he'll definitely be caught. Ling Han channeled the indestructible heaven scroll, causing a faint layer of golden light to shimmer around his body. Meanwhile, numerous symbols started to light up on the surface of his skin, their structures so complicated and profound that even heaven demons wouldn't be able to comprehend them. 1. Tan Yun's strike landed, yet it was forcefully blocked by Ling Han. Puh. All of the demon masters choked in shock upon seeing this, including Tan Feng. Ling Han had genuinely blocked it. A mere Eternal River Tier Jr. had genuinely managed to block the strike of an earth demon. Was this for real? Was this really not an act? Tan Yun retracted his hand, a look of astonishment on his face. He indeed held a very high opinion of Ling Han, him being someone who had fused the regulations of the two realms at just the Eternal River Tier. This was someone who had the potential to enter the celestial realm. However, that was merely Ling Han's future potential, not his current power. How terrifying. What kind of freak is he? However, Ling Han didn't feel too good either. He had faced the attack of an earth demon head-on, and only he knew that several of his godly bones had already been broken. Fortunately, the indestructible heaven scroll was incredibly powerful, and it was able to rapidly heal these wounds. It was just that his origin power had been completely drained after blocking this attack. Right now he was in a state of extreme weakness. He couldn't hide this from the demon masters, yet it was because they could see this clearly that they were even more stunned. Ling Han had indeed relied on his own power to block the strike of an earth demon. He was truly going to defy the heavens. A fervent expression instantly appeared in Tan Yun's eyes. He was certain that Ling Han had practiced some extremely powerful technique. It was because of this that he possessed such astonishing abilities. If the Tan clan could obtain this inheritance, gasp. It was most likely because he practiced this cultivation technique that Ling Han was able to fuse the regulations of the two realms. However, he had also claimed that there were 10 elders in the 8 Stones Forbidden Land, all of whom possessed the ability to fuse the regulations of the two realms. Judging by his performance, there was indeed a chance that this was possible. If they all charged over, with their battle prowess not diminishing, would the Tan clan be able to withstand their onslaught? He silently pondered over this. However, he quickly reached a decision in his mind. This was a massive opportunity and he would obtain it for the Tan clan. Young man, why don't you come to our clan as a guest? If your clan members come, I'll naturally allow them to take you back. He reached over again. Boom. The sky was instantly blotted out by an indescribably powerful demonic hand. How was Ling Han going to block this attack? The ultimate defensive power of the indestructible Heaven Scroll had already been exhausted, and he couldn't enter the Black Tower either. Ling Han was already out of options. The demonic hand pressed down, yet Ling Han's eyes suddenly lit up, their radiance soaring through the sky. Huh? Even Tan Yun faltered slightly upon seeing this. In fact, even he didn't dare to make contact with this light. He hurriedly retracted his hand. This was the light of Tao. Ling Han had received the recognition of heaven and earth after comprehending how to fuse the regulations of the two realms together, and at the same time, the light of Tao had also descended from heaven and earth. Ling Han had absorbed this light with his eyes. By unleashing it now, he managed to block another attack from the Supreme Elite. Fuck. The Hysteria Demon Master and the others were all transfixed with shock. If it were them facing Tan Yun, they would only be able to scuttle around like mice. However, this Eternal River Tier Elite had actually managed to block 2 consecutive attacks from Tan Yun. Although 2 attacks didn't seem like much, this was nothing short of a heaven-defying feat. Even they couldn't help but want to kneel in admiration. Meanwhile, Tan Feng was rendered completely speechless. This young man was truly an unfathomable freak. Tan Yun remained unfazed, and he even smiled as he said, "Young man, what other techniques can you use?" He reached over and grabbed at Ling Han for the 3rd time. How was Ling Han going to block this attack? 1. The large demonic hand reached over, and it was as if both heaven and earth were resonating in unison. When in the netherworld, demon masters represented the will of heaven and earth. How can I block this? What should I do? Chapter 1572. There's always someone stronger. Ling Han was out of options. He had already used all of his trump cards. Although he could still use some celestial techniques, the limit of his cultivation level meant that he wouldn't even be able to rival yellow demons, much less earth demons. Moreover, now that he couldn't enter the Black Tower, he didn't even have the ability to escape. Fortunately, Tan Yun only wanted to capture him, not kill him. As such, he still had time. Once Small Tower awoke, he wouldn't need to be afraid anymore. Boom. The large demonic hand blotted out heaven and earth as it descended. Ha Old Tan III, how despicable of you. You're actually targeting a measly Eternal River Tier cultivator. Moreover, you've already failed twice. You're truly bringing shame to old geezer Tan. A teasing voice suddenly traveled over, and it was surprisingly quicker than Tan Yun's attack. Moreover, it clearly traveled into every single person's ears. Puh. Tan Yun's hand descended, yet it was unable to press down no matter what. It was forcefully stopped 30 or so meters from Ling Han. At some unknown time, 2 people had already appeared beside Ling Han. One was a hunchbacked elder whose hair was all white and who was radiating an aura of age. It was as if he might suddenly keel over and die at any moment. The other person was a sturdy and tall man whose upper body was naked. He was dressed in a beast-skin skirt, and it was as if he were a savage. No one took an extra glance at the savage. Instead, they were all staring at the white-haired elder. This elder didn't appear special at first glance, yet upon closer inspection one's entire focus and mind would be attracted by him. It was as if their minds had entered a swamp that they couldn't escape from. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat when they finally managed to compose themselves. However, their bodies felt weak, and even their spirit and energy had been drained by a significant amount. Gasp. Who is this old man? Tan Yun had initially been calm and composed, yet he couldn't help but feel surprised now. Friend. Senior, are you from the 8 Stones Forbidden Land? It appears as if you're familiar with our ancestor. Meanwhile, Ling Han was astonished as he gazed at the savage-looking man. That was none other than Go Li. Go Li winked with a smile upon catching his gaze and said, "Didn't I say so before? I said that we'll definitely meet again." The other demon masters were all shocked by what they heard. Senior. Tan Yun actually referred to that old man as Senior. One had to realize that Tan Yun was already an earth demon. That being the case, just how powerful was this old man, someone who he had referred to as Senior? There was only one possible answer: this old man was a heaven demon. The old heaven demon chuckled and said, "Time truly flies by. At that time, you were still a little rascal who ran around butt naked, yet you've already grown up to become a mighty figure who can rule over an entire territory now." The demon masters all wore peculiar expressions. Senior, you're truly skilled at denigrating others. Even though everyone has experienced a similar childhood, Saying this before an Earth Demon elite is probably taking things a bit too far. Tan Yun's face flushed beet red. At his cultivation level, one should have been able to remain calm and composed like a mountain. However, these words had been uttered by a heaven demon, and there were so many demon masters standing beside them and listening. How could he not feel humiliated? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh in his mind. Goli had most likely been raised by this old man. Both young and old were just as wickedly offensive as the other. However, he liked this. Senior, it appears as if you're familiar with our ancestor. Tan Yun forcefully composed himself, and he resolutely tried to change the topic. The old heaven demon pondered for a moment before replying, "That's already a matter from hundreds of millions of years ago. I had initially wanted to cooperate with your ancestor on a matter of great significance, yet it's a pity that old geezer Tan was far too cowardly." Ha! Great, I've been denigrated again. However, Tan Yun didn't dare to talk back to him. That was a heaven demon. These were beings who stood at the pinnacle of the netherworld and peered down at the world. Their power was simply unfathomable. He pondered for a while before saying, "Senior, this person killed a disciple of the Tan clan. Since you're acquainted with our ancestor, please allow me to take him with me. I'm sure that our ancestor will be grateful for this favor." "What, are you trying to use old geezer Tan to pressure me?" The old heaven demon humphed, and 2 clouds of black air burst from his nostrils. They then transformed into 2 divine spears that slashed at the sky, instantly causing heaven and earth to lose their luster. A sense of apprehension rose in everyone's heart. At the same time, everyone beneath the level of Genesis tier fell to their knees. They were stunned by this overwhelming aura. Only Ling Han was an exception. He had been recognized by heaven and earth twice, so from some point of view he could also represent heaven and earth. Thus, his status wasn't lower than that of the Genesis tier demon masters. Tan Yun hurriedly bowed and said, "I would never dare to." Just like how he had pressured the Hysteria demon master and the others into obedience before, he was now being pressured into obedience by the old heaven demon. He had no option but to play to his whims. This was the influence of strength. The old heaven demon waved his hand and said, "For the sake of old geezer Tan, I won't press you any further. Go on, return to wherever you need to go." Senior, Tan Yun was unwilling to accept this outcome. That brat had killed a prodigy of the Tan clan, and he more so possessed a paramount secret technique. How could he give up so easily? "I'm not asking for your opinion," the old heaven demon said with a humph. He ruthlessly lashed out with his palm. Pah! Tan Yun was instantly sent flying, and he quickly became a small black dot in the distance, disappearing into the vast and boundless galaxy. The old heaven demon then turned around to face Tan Feng and the others, asking, "What? Do you people also need me to send you on your way?" Tan Feng hurriedly shook his head and exclaimed, "No. There's no need to trouble you, senior." "Then hurry up and scram," the old heaven demon humphed. Yes, I'll scram right away." Tan Feng frantically grabbed the 4 disciples of his clan before releasing his golden path and fleeing into the distance. "Tan clan, I'll definitely remember the kindness that you showed me today," Ling Han suddenly said. "I'll make sure to repay this favor in the future." Tan Feng suddenly ground to a halt, a murderous expression appearing on his face. He almost gave in to the urge to turn around and smack Ling Han to death. However, upon thinking of the old heaven demon, cold sweat involuntarily formed on his forehead. He didn't dare to make another peep as he fled into the distance. The old heaven demon clapped his hands and said, "The show is over, it's time to leave now." Although his voice was soft, this was the decree of a heaven demon. Who dared to disobey him? The demon masters hurriedly grabbed their disciples and descendants before unleashing their golden paths and leaving. They certainly didn't want to be smacked flying by the old heaven demon. "Young man, come here, accompany me for a walk." The old heaven demon's voice was extremely amicable as he gestured for Ling Han to come over. Meanwhile, Goli smiled and said, "Filth King Ling, don't be shy. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's not like you're a small girl or anything." Ling Han rolled his eyes in reply. This person couldn't be treated. He clasped his hands in respect and said, "I still haven't thanked Senior for stepping in to help me." "It was nothing," the old heaven demon replied with a chuckle. He started to walk forward, and Ling Han and Goli both followed beside him, one to the left and one to the right. However, they both lagged a small step behind him. "Young man, I assume that you already know about the celestial realm," the old heaven demon said as he glanced at Ling Han. He had retracted his aura and he seemed like an especially ordinary old man. Yes, I do, Ling Han replied with a nod. His answer was short and to the point. There was no need to show off before this kind of powerful being. The old heaven demon nodded and said, then that saves me from having to explain. Ling Han didn't interrupt him, and he simply waited for the old heaven demon to continue. My name is Ouyang Taishan, the old heaven demon said. Moreover, I also have another identity. I'm the 9th elder of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Heaven-Crushing Alliance. (1573) Ancient Realm. The heavens were paramount, and even saints and demon masters had to act according to the will of the heavens. Defying the heavens would mean facing heavenly tribulation, which could obliterate one's body and soul. What did it matter even if one were at the Genesis tier? They would still have to face immortals' calamity once every 100 million years. If they couldn't overcome these tribulations, they would be cursed by misfortune. Thus, it would be useless even if they still had a lengthy lifespan. They wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. As such, the heavens couldn't be defied, nor could they be provoked. However, just the name of Heaven-Crushing Alliance was already offensive in and of itself. Moreover, the power of Genesis tier saints was intricately linked to the regulations of heaven and earth. Thus, this was more the reason that they shouldn't go about defying the heavens. Ling Han was astonished. If they were a few lowly thieves, he would still understand. After all, those who were ignorant knew no fear. Thus, it was possible that they would found forces such as the Heaven-Crushing Sect, Heaven-Crushing Faction, and whatnot. However, even a heaven demon had joined such an organization. This was truly a rare sight. Ouyang Taishan smiled as he continued to stroll forward, saying, Young man, are you aware of how one can enter the celestial realm? Fuse the regulations of the 2 realms and blast open the passageway to the celestial realm, Ling Han replied. Ouyang Taishan nodded upon hearing this. This sounds simple, but up until now not a single person has managed to succeed. This is because it's impossible to fuse the regulations of the 2 realms. Ling Han was slightly taken aback. Hadn't he succeeded in fusing them? Or was he able to fuse them so easily because he hadn't reached the Genesis tier yet? Perhaps this fusion would fall apart once he advanced to the next major tier. You're an exception, so that's why I've come to personally visit you, Ouyang Taishan added. So that's how it is, I'm an exception. Hang on, that can't be right. Empress Luan Xing has also fused the regulations of the 2 realms. Only the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden hasn't managed to do so. She can only replace the regulations of the immortal realm with the regulations of the netherworld. She can't fuse them together no matter how I explain. Perhaps this is because the Empress possesses a divine fetus. Ling Han didn't speak. It was evident that Ouyang Taishan hadn't come to merely take a look at him. Thus, all he needed to do was remain silent and listen. Young man, I'll let you in on a secret. Ouyang Taishan suddenly changed the topic and said, a long time ago it's already impossible to determine when exactly the netherworld and immortal realm were actually a single realm. What? Ling Han's eyes widened in shock. This was truly an explosive piece of news. The netherworld and immortal realm were a single realm. Oh, that's right. Small Tower has also said before that the celestial realm isn't transcendent above the immortal realm. Rather, it's just another part of the immortal realm. It's just a little more special. Moreover, the regulations are complete in the celestial realm, and there's no notion of power of creation or power of destruction. Could it be that the immortal realm was split into 3 at that time, one being the celestial realm, which preserved its original state but became much smaller? Then, the remaining section split into 2 and became the immortal realm and the netherworld. However, this was a destructive division that not only split the land, but also split the regulations. That realm was called the Ancient Realm, Ouyang Taishan continued. In the Ancient Realm, the celestial realm was regarded as a special place where only those who reached the level of the great saint or earth demon were allowed to enter. There existed an undying divine essence there, and this was something that could continually aid one's cultivation. In turn, it could help them obtain a lifespan that was as long as the heavens. One day, however, a great turmoil suddenly gripped the celestial realm. Or perhaps it was the ancient realm that was subject to an enormous transformation first. It was split into the immortal realm and netherworld, and this in turn affected the existence of the celestial realm. You also know that the celestial realm experienced great turmoil at that time. Countless forces were massacred, and only a rare few people managed to escape. Some were also banished from the celestial realm, and they lost the right to obtain eternal life. Right now, the ancient realm exists as two separate realms, with the regulation of each in stark opposition to the other. This has also birthed division between the Genesis tier elites, who are now separated into demon masters and saints. At the same time, this has also stripped anyone of the right from entering the celestial realm. If we want to change this, there's only one possible option. A passionate glimmer suddenly appeared in Ouyang Taishan's eyes, and he said, "We need to fuse the netherworld and immortal realm and recreate the ancient realm." What a lofty aspiration. What a lofty goal. Ling Han was stunned. So this was the true aim of the heaven-crushing alliance. They didn't desire to battle heaven and earth, but they instead desired to shatter the barrier that existed between the two opposing kinds of heaven and earth. They wanted to recombine the two opposing realms. However, is this possible? As if reading Ling Han's mind, Ouyang Taishan said, "These two realms were originally a single entity. Thus, it's naturally possible to fuse them back together. In reality, the two realm passageways that you see are the products of the instinct of the ancient realm. It wants to fuse the two realms back together again." So this is the true purpose of the two realm passageways? This wasn't caused by the conflict between the two realms, but is rather a product of the two realms wanting to fuse together? Through this method, it wants the two realms to interact with each other, and eventually recombine to form the ancient realm? However, this process requires tens of billions of years, perhaps even trillions of years, the old heaven demon continued. Initially we had no choice but to wait. Although we can help it along a little, the effects aren't especially great. However, your appearance has changed everything. You can become a core and fuse the regulations of the two realms. By doing so, you can increase the speed of fusion of the two realms exponentially. Ouyang Taishan wore a solemn expression as he gazed at Ling Han, and he said, "Right now, I'm officially inviting you to join the heaven-crushing alliance. As long as you accept, you can immediately become the 17th elder of the alliance. I can also promise you that we'll do everything in our ability to raise you." Gasp. Goli sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing this. 17th elder. What kind of glory was this? Just how powerful were the 16 current elders of the heaven-crushing alliance? They were all heaven demons and saint kings. Moreover, they had all reached the pinnacle stage of these levels. In addition, there was no notion of rank among these 16 elders. Thus, even though Ling Han would be the 17th elder, his power and influence wouldn't be weaker than that of the senior elder, second elder, ninth elder, or any of the other elders. Even those who had just broken through to the level of heaven demon or saint king didn't have the right to become an elder, yet such a position was now being offered to a measly cultivator at the medium extreme of the eternal river tier. How could Goli not be stunned? However, who told Ling Han to possess such an extraordinary ability? Only he could fuse together the regulations of the two realms. Ling Han pondered for a moment before asking, "Dare I ask, Senior, who else is in the heaven-crushing alliance?" Judging by his description, this was a supreme organization that spanned across the two realms. If the 8 Stones Forbidden Land were also a member of this alliance, then things would truly become a little sticky. Ouyang Taishan listed the names of the members. There were the names of supreme elites, and there were also the names of powerful forbidden lands. Those who possessed the right to know about the celestial realm were generally all descendants of those who had been banished or those who had fled. Among these names there was someone with the surname of Hu. This was the Grand Elder of the 8 Stones Forbidden Land. Sure enough, a force as powerful as the 8 Stones Forbidden Land was also involved in this grand plan. In any case, there were 8 forbidden lands from each of the Netherworld and Immortal Realm. However, the Dongchang Forbidden Land of the Tan clan wasn't one of them. Old geezer Tan is a bit cowardly, and he's afraid that interfering with the fusion of the two realms will result in punishment from the heavens, Ouyang Taishan said, a look of disdain on his face. In his eyes, there was no greater aspiration than trying to enter the celestial realm. Moreover, if they didn't enter the celestial realm, their only fate would be dying of old age. As such, they were better off taking this gamble. However, not all of the forbidden lands agreed with this reasoning. Fusing the two realms? In their eyes, this was a completely impossible task. Thus, they preferred to look for other means. However, up until now, neither of the two sides had found any way to enter the celestial realm. Ling Han pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replying, There's some animosity between me and 8 stones forbidden land. Ouyang Taishan faltered upon hearing this, and there was a strange expression on his face as he looked at Ling Han. You're really quite the troublemaker, aren't you? "1574 Small Tower wakes up. Goli was also speechless. However, being able to offend 2 forbidden lands, not missing out either the Netherworld or the Immortal Realm at that, was also a kind of capability. More importantly, Ling Han managed to enter the Netherworld alive when he had offended the 8 stones forbidden land. This was even more awesome. This guy couldn't have come to the Netherworld to seek refuge, right? Goli thought further and couldn't help but feel even more stunned. You could even comprehend the regulations of the Netherworld whilst being a fuck refugee, and merge them with the regulations of the Immortal Realm. This was practically enough to make anyone burn with jealousy. Meanwhile, Ouyang Taishan hummed deeply. The 8 stones forbidden land was one of the most powerful forces of the Immortal Realm, especially the Grand Elder of the 8 stones forbidden land, who was both naturally talented and diligent. He definitely could be ranked among the top 10 in the Immortal Realm. Even Ouyang Taishan did not dare be careless or overlook such a mighty figure. What more guarantee with complete confidence that the latter would definitely listen to his advice, and resolve the animosity between him and Ling Han? Tell me first, what enmity exists between the two of you? He asked. Ling Han did not conceal anything and related the grudge between himself and the 8 stones forbidden land, causing Ouyang Taishan to frown involuntarily. This was a little intractable. I will ask an old friend of mine from the Immortal Realm to lobby your cause, and I believe that old who will look at the big picture, Ouyang Taishan said. He had that kind of confidence because he thought that the Hu clan's grand elders longing to enter into the Celestial Realm was more important than everything else. If they could enter into the Celestial Realm, it would mean that everyone had hopes of becoming a deity and attaining unlimited lifespan. In comparison, the deaths of a few clansmen would be a paltry matter. Those who would have major accomplishments would not bother about the minor details. Young man, I will seek you out again after some time. Additionally, I will also have to pay a visit to the Tan clan to ensure that they would behave themselves. Ouyang Taishan nodded and spread out a golden pathway. Grabbing Goli, he left. You left just like that? Then what about me? Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. Now everyone had left, but he could not use the Black Tower. The cloud-piercing shuttle was also inside, so what was he to do? Traveling right across the galaxy? He indeed did not have to worry about dying of thirst or starvation, but the speed would be too slow. Even if he ran all the way to Sea Space Planet, it would take an unknown amount of time. Forget it, he'd better just wait for Small Tower to recover. Ling Han sat down cross-legged. He had spent the major part of these 3 years on comprehending formations, and had accumulated a great amount of experience which he could sort out. This would be of great help to his learning of saint-level formations in future. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it would be to battle surpassing one's cultivation level, especially for the Genesis tier. The inhibition that a great saint had on a medium saint, and a medium saint had on a small saint was practically so huge that it was impossible to reverse. At the bottom of things, it was mainly due to the fact that all who could reach this step were king tiers, and had cultivated to pinnacle level at some cultivation level or another before. Thus, even if there was still the difference between ranks 1, 2, and 3, unless everyone's cultivation level was the same, it would be extremely difficult for this kind of advantage to be reflected. If he wanted to maintain tier-surpassing battle prowess at the Genesis tier, then he would have to make good use of the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, and formations were the best weapon for him, for they would fully exploit the unique trait of sturdiness of his physique. He sat there for 10 days and 10 nights. It was not him that wanted to end his meditation after that, but rather that Small Tower had finally woken up. Brat, have you gotten the Chaos Source Rock? Small Tower asked. Its voice was very weak, it was clear that it had not fully recovered. Take it. Ling Han did not tease it. It looked like Small Tower was really very seriously weakened this time round. Very good. Small Tower put the Chaos Source Rock away, and then ignored Ling Han completely. Hey you ungrateful stupid Small Tower, you are obviously kicking me to the curb when I'm no longer useful. Ling Han called out, but Small Tower completely did not look like it had any intention of responding to him. In any case, now that the Black Tower had reopened, he was not in a rush to leave. Instead, he entered into the Black Tower, and made an inventory of the gains that he had received in Ocean Dragon Mountain with the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden. Additionally, he also wanted to inform the two women about the heaven-crushing alliance. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden still did not manage to merge the regulations of the two realms. It was useless no matter how much time she spent underneath the reincarnation tree. The heaven-crushing alliance, no, all the forbidden lands should know how to return to the celestial realm, but not one person succeeded in these countless years, which clearly shows that taking this step is incredibly difficult, Ling Han said after a moment of thought. You and I being able to merge the regulations of the two realms should be a special case. His last words were directed at the Empress. Previously, Gu Daoyi was filled with confidence, certain that he definitely could return to the celestial realm. His confidence probably came from the fact that he had formed a divine fetus. Otherwise, what need was there for him to waste 9 lifetimes in the immortal realm? Could it be that he could not form the divine fetus of his 10th life in the celestial realm? It was not that he could not, but rather that he had absolutely no way to return to the celestial realm in his previous 9 lives. Are you going to agree? The Empress asked. Ling Han nodded and said, I would not mind. Everyone should have the right to climb the highest peak of the path of cultivation, and no one can take that right away. The Empress smiled softly. In truth, she actually did not care about all life in this world. What business was it of hers? But since Ling Han said this was what he wanted, then she would use her full efforts to assist Ling Han. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden meanwhile, was very depressed. Even if she had gained the inheritance of the 3 phoenix kings, there was still a massive gulf existing between her and Ling Han and the Empress. Fenger, come give me a kiss. Ling Han couldn't help but tease her when he saw her despondency. Go to hell. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden rolled her eyes at him. Yet the Empress stretched over and planted a light kiss on the corner of Ling Han's lips, as if she was comforting him. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden thought for a moment, and also came closer and kissed him. The Empress, being as enchanting as she was still very gentle and doted on this bad guy. If she still acted very unruly, she would probably be banished into the cold court. Ling Han laughed loudly, one arm wrapped around the Empress while his other wrapped around the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, and planted a heavy kiss on the beautiful lips of the two women respectively. Then he drew out the saint fruit and began to cook. It could not be left uncooked. The medicinal effects of the saintly medicine were too violent, and directly ingesting it would be a straight path to death. Even Ling Han was no exception, and cooking it in the Black Tower would allow him to draw on the power of the Black Tower to suppress it, and there would also be no waste of the slightest bit of medicinal effects. They shared it amongst themselves, but the heavenly phoenix divine maiden could not eat very much at all. She only drank a little soup and immediately began refining it beneath the reincarnation tree. Ling Han and the Empress meanwhile, shared the whole fruit, and divine red clouds surged from both of them. Multiple seals glowed all over their bodies, shining incredibly brightly. They had to refine the effects as soon as possible. 3 days later, Ling Han's and the Empress's cultivation level advanced greatly. However, they were both in the Eternal River tier. If they had broken through to the Genesis tier, then wanting to improve their cultivation level by a single star would probably need more than 10 such saintly medicines. The use of the saintly medicine actually is not increasing cultivation, but there are shards of great Tao within which are to be comprehended by saints. Or those who have suffered Tao injuries would use the saintly medicine to heal themselves, the Empress said smilingly. From the Genesis tier onwards, wanting to increase cultivation basically can only depend on cultivating earnestly. In the case of saintly medicine, that would really be too much of a waste because you would need a huge volume. A huge volume it is. I want to enter into the celestial realm as soon as possible, Ling Han said. His parents, lovers and son were all in the celestial realm. He had not seen them for more than 100 years and missed them very much. All right, then we will snatch them over in future, the Empress said uncaringly. As long as it was what Ling Han wanted, so what if he wanted to pierce a hole in the heavens itself? (1575) Creating a new pill recipe. Ling Han and his group rode the cloud-piercing shuttle, and returned to Sea Space Planet. They had not even rested when they saw Wuju had sought them out. He pounced straight at the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, and the result was naturally him being picked up by Ling Han by the scruff of his neck and thrown out. You damn guy, you've gone too far. The little bottom's expression was one filled with grievance. Che, you wanted to embrace my wife and claim that I've gone too far? Ling Han laughed. Your thoughts are too filthy. I only missed sister too much, the little bottom exclaimed angrily. Just give up the thought, it's not possible. Ling Han shook his head. Wu Ju was about to say something else when he suddenly discovered Empress Luan Xing. His eyes couldn't help but pop, his mouth half gaping, showing an incredibly stunned expression. Immediately he scampered over to her and said, Sister, my name is Wu Ju, what's your name? The Empress was proud and didn't even cast a look at him. Yet this completely stirred up the little bottom's true nature, and he wanted even more to worship her. Don't think about this one either, it's still my wife. Ling Han wrapped an arm around the Empress's slender waist, and her austere expression washed away as she smiled sweetly at him. Ah! The little bottom pounded the ground tragically. In his heart, the heavenly phoenix maiden who was both sister and mother to him was this guy's wife, and the exquisite beauty that had just caused his heart to throb, and ignited the seeds of love in him was also this guy's wife. Why was it that all the good women of this world were all taken by this bastard? Emily walked over and patted the little bottom's head. Then she said to Ling Han, when you fought me previously, you have not gone all out. She was slightly displeased. As a king tier, she hated it when people took it easy on her. Ling Han smiled and said, that is my ultimate move. If I use it, it would mean that either I or my enemy would die. In a spar, it is not suitable to use it. Only then was Emily appeased. She nodded. When I am stronger, I will seek you out for another spar. Tan Mo's appearance allowed her to see that she was far from reaching the limits of the Eternal River tier. Before breaking through to the Genesis tier, she still had a very wide space for improvement. All right, Ling Han replied casually. Emily brought the little bottom away with her, while Ling Han, the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden settled down, and took some time to enjoy some delicious food. Cultivation was not the only thing in life. One should still take the chance to enjoy themselves when one could. A few days later, Ling Han suddenly felt like he was being watched, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not find the source of this feeling, which was a little strange to him. However, there was a demon master standing by here, and he was a big shot among yellow demons at that. There were not many people that were qualified to come here to commit crime. Ling Han thought for a moment and then put the matter aside. He had a more important matter he had to deal with at present. Creating a new pill recipe. The alchemical pills that he possessed now did not really suit his needs. Though they could increase the accumulation of origin power, it was much too slow, and there was too little saintly medicine. Waiting for the reincarnation tree to bear fruit would be even slower. Furthermore, the number of fruit would be limited. In truth, the saintly medicine's main use was to increase the comprehension of great Tao, and not the accumulation of origin power. To the majority of cultivators, this was rather the easiest part to be resolved. On the other hand, merely increasing one's origin power and neglecting the comprehension of cultivation level would be like a child brandishing a supremely powered divine sword. Not only would he be unable to control the divine sword, he would hurt himself instead. This would be just like one's cultivation level not having increased, and the space was limited, yet he was still insisting on stuffing in a huge volume of origin power, and the only result would be stuffing himself to the point of bursting. But Ling Han was different. His comprehension ability was extremely high in the first place, and he also had the reincarnation tree, so he could drink reincarnation tree. What he needed was the accumulation of origin power. Because this was too unique, aside from some specific divine fruits such as the red clear fish fruit, there was no alchemical pill that would have that kind of effect. It was too impractical. Their ancestors didn't even bother to study this field, and even if they did get some result from their studies, it would be poison to others. Perhaps the celestial realm had this kind of pill recipe, but because the ancient realm had broken up, this recipe had long since been lost in the passage of time. Thus Ling Han wanted to create this kind of alchemical pill. Previously, he had grasped the pharmacology of all the medicinal ingredients. In theory, anyone would be able to create a pill recipe as long as he had enough time to delve into the field. Furthermore, he was the alchemy emperor, and he also had something nature-defying like the reincarnation tree. Ling Han went into seclusion to create something out of nothing, and come up with a new pill recipe. This was a challenge, but for an alchemy emperor who had grasped all pharmacology, this was not a dilemma that had no solution. Time passed quietly and already a year had flown by. Ling Han was still working hard on brainstorming about the new pill recipe in the Black Tower. Occasionally he would come out and spar with either Emily or the Empress. He would not simply focus on alchemy and neglect his martial arts. He already had a model in mind, but he had not completely confirmed it. There were still a lot of details that he had to examine. However, he only planned to have himself and the Empress ingest this alchemical pill. Thus, he was also dealing with it, keeping their special conditions in mind so he could ignore some things such as the violent nature of the medicinal effects. Their physiques were astonishingly strong, and belonged to the category that would not easily get sick because of bad food. Thus, it was fine even if the medicinal effects were a little violent. There was no need to worry about this aspect. Every time Ling Han moved around outside, he would always feel like he was being stared at. The farther he was from the chaotic demon palace, the stronger this feeling would be. It was like someone wanted to take the chance to make a move on him, but because he was not sure of his chances, he continued to stay in hiding. Could it be Hu Feng? After this thought flashed through Ling Han's mind, he shook his head. Firstly, he was already in the netherworld, and according to reason, Hu Feng should not be able to predict his whereabouts any longer, and secondly, if Hu Feng was here, he was practically like an ultra-bright pillar of light in the netherworld, lighting up whatever place he was at, so how could there possibly be no hint of anything unusual? Or could it be someone from the Tan clan? Ouyang Taishan had gone off to play the role of mediator, and warn off this forbidden land from acting recklessly. Perhaps they might have appeared to have agreed but secretly sent out assassins. As long as they could do things cleanly, who would be able to accuse them of having killed him? Ling Han smirked internally. If anyone dared jump out and make trouble for him as long as he reached the Genesis tier, he would use the power boost from the Black Tower and directly kill them. Fuck, did they really think that he was a pushover? A few days later, a golden pathway stretched out from the galaxy. Ouyang Taishan had arrived. He had a conversation with Ling Han, and told him that he had resolved most of his problems. He was only waiting for him to agree, and he would be able to join the heaven-crushing alliance. However, because Ling Han's present cultivation level was a little low, the powerful figures in the alliance did not agree to give him the position of 17th elder. What those old guys mean is for you to first enter into the Green River Valley and cultivate, and when you reach the Genesis tier, they will promote you to an elder, Ouyang Taishan explained. Ling Han was not surprised. He was only in the Eternal River tier. If those genuine big shots really agreed for him to become an elder, that would be the real surprise. That would be too embarrassing for them. He asked, "Senior, what is the Green River Valley?" "Oh, it is a mystery realm that our few forbidden lands have worked together to open up. It is especially used to nurture the younger generation in hopes of having more Genesis tiers appear so that they would be of help in future," Ouyang Taishan stated calmly. They could nurture even Genesis tiers? Chapter 1576, Green River Valley. Ouyang Taishan talked to Ling Han about the matters concerning the Green River Valley. This was a sacred land for cultivation that the 8 forbidden lands of the netherworld had worked together to create, and poured all the efforts of the 8 clans into. The cultivation resources were naturally astonishingly many, and additionally, there would also be high-grade demon masters providing teachings and clearing doubts. There was even inheritance of celestial techniques, so it was amazingly awesome. Originally, things like techniques would not be easily taught to outsiders, but because they could not see any hope of returning to the celestial realm after such a long time, these forbidden lands also softened their policy and broke the old rules, conducting a deeper exchange of cultivation. Of course, the celestial techniques that touched upon their core such as the Tide of the Ages would definitely not be taught. Additionally, there was also a similar place in the immortal realm, and it was called the Peace Palace. There were not only the prodigies of the 8 forbidden lands inside the Green River Valley. They would also bring some promising saplings in as well. On the most important premise of returning to the celestial realm, a great many people had relaxed the rules of their clans. Of course, this also drew the dissatisfaction of some of the more conservative parties, but now the mainstream culture was being open-minded. Furthermore, there were also prodigies of the immortal realm inside the Green River Valley. Nurturing them to the Genesis tier was not the motive. What the heaven-crushing alliance truly wanted was still those who could merge the regulations of the 2 realms. Thus, some prodigies of the immortal realm went there to attempt merging the regulations of the 2 realms, and on the other side, the netherworld would also send some of their geniuses to the Peace Palace. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. Ling Han only considered it for a short while, and then made the decision to go to the Green River Valley. Now that the Black Tower could be used again, he also had 1 to 3 chances for a power boost, so Ling Han was filled with confidence. Worst come to worst, he would flip the whole Green River Valley over, bring it on. Ling Han had once asked if such super geniuses like Emoli could be brought to the Green River Valley as well, but Ouyang Taishan shook his head and said she was not qualified enough. Even Emoli was not qualified enough. Ling Han finally felt shocked. Just what kind of freaks were there in the Green River Valley? The golden pathway spread out, and Ouyang Taishan brought Ling Han off with him. Only when he had left did Sea Space Planet recover its original ambience. Previously, a heaven demon had arrived, causing everyone to feel a coldness from fear and trepidation. After they left, the figure of a young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, a strong killing intent in his gaze. Hufeng. However, the present Hufeng was no longer the Hufeng who had just entered into the netherworld, and no longer was the pillar of light that surged to the skies. Instead, he had completely fitted in with the surroundings of the netherworld. He was no longer a saint, but was rather a demon master. Ling Han, no matter where you run to, I will kill you. The Celestial King technique and celestial tool that you have are all mine. He also rode a golden pathway, and with a flash, his figure disappeared. There was not much time left for him anymore. Once Ling Han advanced by another minor level, the heavenly tribulation would completely sever the link of karma that he had on him, and though Hufeng had grasped the regulations of the netherworld, and once more possessed the power of the Genesis tier, his ability of prediction was still zero. He needed even more time to grasp more regulations of the netherworld. At present, it only allowed him to have a preliminary grasp of the battle prowess of the Genesis tier. In truth, it was far from the battle prowess he had had in the immortal realm. The Green River Valley was very far, and even a demon master would have to take close to 3 months' time to reach it. It was not on any planet, but was rather a small world that had been directly set up in the middle of the galaxy. When it did not appear, even the eternal river tiers would not be able to discover its presence, and one would need power on the level of Heaven Demon to open it, so its security level was very high. Ouyang Taishan opened the mystery realm and brought Ling Han in. This was indeed a valley, and there was a very long river flowing in it. From high above, it was verdant and dark green, and that was because there was a unique plant in the river that caused the river's waters to take on this kind of color. Ninth Elder. They had just entered when they saw 2 people flying towards them. These 2 people were exuding a very strong aura. They were 2 demon masters, and though their abilities were inferior to Ouyang Taishan's, they were still indeed very strong. Ouyang Taishan nodded and then said, "This is Ling Han. Take him to handle the procedures." Understood. These 2 demon masters nodded respectfully. In front of a heaven demon, other demon masters were merely ants, and they were not allowed to be disrespectful. Ouyang Taishan turned around and left. As the grand and noble 9th Elder, an elite at the top tier of the netherworld, how could he possibly waste time on trifling matters? It was already quite extravagant to delegate such a task to 2 demon masters. I am Yi Qingzhang. Jing. These 2 demon masters introduced themselves. We are teachers who take turns to be on duty here. In future, if you have some questions in the area of cultivation, you may ask us for help. In these 100 years, it will be us who would be standing by here. Ling Han nodded and said, "Greetings, Senior Yi, Senior Zheng." The 2 demon masters nodded slightly, and were very pleased with Ling Han's attitude. Previously, they naturally had heard that there was a young guy that was going to become the 17th Elder. If Ling Han really took on the position, even they would have to respectfully address him as 17th Elder. This would depress them to the point of internal injury. At present, all the big shots had temporarily suppressed this proposal, and the attitude that Ling Han showed was one filled with respect. This naturally caused their impression of Ling Han to considerably improve. Come, we will first arrange your accommodations. This mystery realm was very big, but its size was all in that wide green-colored river in the middle of the valley. Their accommodations were actually on the steep cliffs of either side of the valley. Multiple stone chambers had been built, and it did have a unique charm to it. However, it was reasonable that this place could become a sacred place for cultivation. The green river surged, exuding boundless spiritual qi, and there were also seals of great Tao interwoven within. Listening to the river and watching its waves would allow one to attain appreciation of great Tao. Even Genesis tiers would be able to benefit from being here, what more eternal river tiers. After the 2 demon masters arranged his accommodations, they departed. They did remind him, though, that it was allowed for disciples to bring their wives here on the condition that they could not cause any disturbance to others. Ling Han allowed the heavenly phoenix divine maiden and the empress to come out. They all expressed shock at the cultivation environment in this place, but it was still far from being a match for the Black Tower. Did this place have a reincarnation tree? Even in the celestial realm, this was a supreme treasure. Small Tower also gave Ling Han a piece of good news. After refining that massive chaos source rock, the restoration of the Black Tower had advanced a large step further, and very soon, the reincarnation tree could be improved to a whole new level. Now, one day was equivalent to a year, and in the future, it could reach the extent of a day being equivalent to 10 years. Ling Han was pleased, naturally, but this had still not reached the true standard of the reincarnation tree. It should be known that when he'd first drunk the reincarnation tree, he had experienced a whole reincarnation. How many years would one day be equivalent then at the time? It was good news as long as there was improvement. As long as the Black Tower was fully restored, there would definitely come a day when the reincarnation tree would display its true effects entirely. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was more willing to cultivate in the Black Tower, and the Empress's advantage showed itself here. She had her 9 doppelgangers continue cultivating, while her main body accompanied Ling Han and began a tour of this valley. So you are Ling Han? They had just stepped out of the stone chamber when they were stopped in their path by 5 people, all of them being giants among men. Chapter 1577, Becoming a Target Again. Ling Han looked at the 5 of them with a smile and replied, "That's right. I am Ling Han. Do you all have some business with me?" "Ho, nothing much. We just wanted to see what right a guy who is merely in the medium extreme of the eternal river tier has to become an elder." A young man retorted smilingly, yet there was a clear disdain in his tone. He wore a black-plated armor which had spikes protruding from it, appearing very sinister. He was an eternal river tier, but his aura's strength had far surpassed an ordinary person in the consummate level of the eternal river tier. It seemed like he only had to blow out lightly, and he would be able to kill a few hundred to more than 1,000 people in the consummate level of the eternal river tier with his mere breath. His strength far surpassed that of Mo Li Zhuba and the others. He was definitely capable of being on equal level with Tan Mo, pinnacle level of the eternal river tier, and it was possible that he had formed as many as 2 million stars. Ling Han couldn't help but nod internally. As expected of a prodigy that had walked out from a forbidden land, he was indeed amazing. Furthermore, Ouyang Taishan had said previously that Mo Li was not qualified enough to come here, and there was indeed some logic to his words. Merely this person was enough to overwhelm her who knew how many times over. "Thankfully, you did not actually become one, or it would be a humongous joke." Another person laughed raucously. His aura was not in the slightest bit inferior to that of the young man in the plated armor from before. Deep disdain for Ling Han was clearly written all over his face. "Just scram quickly." A third young man did not smile, but his whole expression was cold. "You are completely unworthy of standing on equal level with us. This is practically dragging down our overall level." The remaining 2 merely crossed their arms over their chests, looking completely at ease and carefree, as if they were there just to watch the excitement. A bunch of smelly bugs. The Empress was furious. She pointed at the 5 of them, her face filled with menacing killing intent. They actually dared to insult her Ling Han. Huh? The 5 of them took one look at the Empress and couldn't help but look stunned. Even if they were prodigies of the current generation, so what? In front of the Empress's charms, they were still like little boys that had just had their first contact with the affairs of the heart, completely at a loss what to do. There was actually such an exquisitely beautiful woman in this world. Not only was she beautiful, she also had a noble bearing, as if whatever she said was right, others would willingly submit and obey her. This clearly was not something prodigies should do, yet the 5 of them did not want to free themselves, and were willing to bow at the feet of the Empress. Even if they could only kiss her shoes, they would have deemed having lived their life's worth. However, king tears were king tears after all. The 5 of them forcibly withdrew their uncontrollable hearts, and didn't even dare take another look at the Empress, fearing that they would completely fall for her. "How about this? We will not make things difficult for you. As long as you can take 3 moves from me, we will not chase you out. As long as you crawl between our legs, we will allow you to stay here," the first young man in plated armor said. Ling Han's eyes involuntarily turned cold. He knew that when one entered a new place, there would definitely be the phenomenon of bullying new people. However, hearing the words of this young man, he was still slightly angered. You all should die. The Empress was the first to fly into a rage and move to attack the 5 of them. Boom, her abilities were outstanding in the first place, and added with the fact that she had merged the regulations of 2 realms at present, she had reached the peak of the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier. Her battle prowess was really extremely powerful, and she would even prove to be a match for the peak of the consummate level. What was unfortunate was the 5 of them had also cultivated to the pinnacle level, and it was not the ordinary pinnacle level either. They possessed more than 2 million stars and could be considered big shots even among big shots. In a one-on-one battle, the Empress could not possibly win, what more when it was 1 against 5 now. Thankfully, the 5 of them were protective of the fairer sex, and only dodged her attacks and did not fight back. Otherwise, the Empress would very likely be suppressed with a single move. Wife, ignore them, Ling Han said, smiling. The Empress stopped and cast a proud, disdainful eye over the 5 of them. Only then did she slowly return, and when she arrived by Ling Han's side, she immediately became cute and seemingly helpless, as gentle as water. The eyes of the armored young man and the others all became bloodshot with envy. What part of them was inferior to Ling Han? Yet why was such an exquisite beauty disdainful of even casting a second look at them? Ling Han looked at the 5 of them and said, "If you're itching to be beaten, I can teach you guys a lesson. However, I don't have that kind of free time now. Go on and wash yourselves clean, and 3 years later, I will definitely thrash your behinds." This? The 5 of them were furious. You are a little too arrogant, aren't you? Want to make a move? Ling Han scoffed. Don't think that I don't know the rules. If you guys force me into a spar just because your cultivation levels are higher, you will have to suffer serious punishment. Their expressions stiffened. They had rushed so quickly over because they wanted to bully Ling Han while he was still unaware of the rules here, and threaten him a bit. If they scared him too badly, Ling Han would become completely humiliated. How would he be able to take the position of elder in the future then? But they had not thought that Ling Han would actually be so slippery, being familiar with the rules even when he had just barely arrived. Don't stand in the way and be an irritant. Don't tell me that you guys have cultivated so much that you don't even know how to be human anymore and want to be dogs instead? Ling Han said coldly. The 5 of them exchanged a look, yet they slowly cleared the path, allowing Ling Han and the Empress to leave. They watched the figures of Ling Han and the Empress disappear into the distance, expressions of fury on their faces. Are we going to let him go just like that? Then we will become a joke. It's all right. 2 years later will be the ranking competition that is held every 10 years. We will each make a request of our respective seniors to arrange for us to be in that brat's group. There will definitely be at least one among us who will come up against him. Haha, at that time I will definitely make him wail and weep in despair. A mere Eternal River tier, who is an outsider at the same time, actually wants to have a share of the treasures that have been passed down by our ancestors? What wishful thinking. The 5 of them all smirked coldly. The Green River Valley was very big, and the river flowed continuously as if there was no end to it. Even Ling Han and the Empress walked close to 10 days to finally reach a place where there was no further path ahead of them. In this place, the Green River surged into empty space, and there was no way to take one step further ahead of them. This was a small world, a mystery realm, and not the real world. Let's go back. The 2 of them returned to their stone chamber. Soon someone came and gave them a spatial ring. The cultivation resources that Ling Han would need for 1 year were contained within. This was really generous. It was practically as if high-grade alchemical pills were completely free. It was enough to make anyone below Genesis tier go crazy. Yet Ling Han did not care too much. He gave all these alchemical pills to the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, while he himself continued to study a new alchemical pill. He was already close to succeeding. He only had to successfully concoct an alchemical pill that could increase his origin power, and Empress Luan Xing's and his cultivation level would see a booming advance. Time passed one day after another. A year later, Small Tower had completed the upgrade to the reincarnation tree, so meditating one day under the tree would now allow one to spend as much as 10 years' time. This was really much too important for Ling Han. A mere 3 days later, he had already created a brand new pill recipe. He began to attempt concoction. Because he knew pharmacology like the back of his hand, and was also inside the Black Tower, he succeeded at this first attempt. However, though the alchemical pill had indeed been successfully concocted, its effects were not completely up to his expectations. It is really too far from my needs. What exactly am I missing here? Ling Han went into deep thought and pondered furiously on how he could improve the alchemical pill beneath the reincarnation tree. Chapter 1578, 27 Killing Formations. Ling Han continuously improved on the pill recipe. A brand new pill recipe had to undergo innumerable adjustments from the start to perfect completion. Another half-year later, Ling Han broke into a smile. He had found a point of breakthrough and greatly improved the medicinal effects. When a new furnace of alchemical pills was concocted, he shared it with the Empress. Whoa! Not too long after ingesting the alchemical pills, there were fiery flames surging from both of their bodies. That was because the medicinal effects were too violent and had taken on the form of flames. Thankfully, both their physiques far surpassed ordinary eternal river tier. Ling Han's physique was close to matching Genesis tier, while the Empress had also formed a divine fetus, and any attacks she suffered could even be distributed among her 9 doppelgangers. It was the same for the medicinal effects. Thus, both of them could bear it, but these medicinal effects were still incredibly violent, causing blood to seep from all their apertures, and they looked very terrible. However, the effect was truly obvious. The Empress already possessed enough comprehension of cultivation level, so when her accumulation of origin power reached the required level, she immediately broke through. The heavenly tribulation came in waves, and she went to the end of the Green River Valley. This was the place for those who needed to endure a heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the effect on Ling Han was slightly inferior, but he took another alchemical pill. Ah! He yelled in agony. Even if his physique was amazingly strong, and his godly bones were even close to reaching the level of saintly material, his blood and flesh were slightly inferior after all. Under the barrage of the medicinal effects, his blood vessels ruptured, and his heart and other internal organs had all sustained severe injury. Feels great. He inhaled sharply and gritted his teeth. The origin power in his body was bubbling, directly surging towards the peak of the medium extreme. He comprehended great Tao beneath the reincarnation tree, and after a mere 10 days he jumped up and exited the Black Tower. The heavenly tribulation came as expected. The Empress had long since endured her heavenly tribulation, and was waiting for him inside the stone chamber. As a powerful aura enshrouded her, it was as if she was truly a supreme Empress with incomparable grace, filling one with bone-deep love for her, yet absolutely not daring to commit sacrilege. Wait for me. Ling Han threw out these words and hurriedly ran out. The heavenly tribulation would wait for no man. His figure sped away rapidly, and he covered more than 1,000 miles in one breath. Then boom! The first flash of lightning fell on him. This was still very far from the end of the Green River Valley, but there was already no one staying on either side of the valley. Thus, he could rest assured and endure the heavenly tribulation without worry. He took the initiative to shatter his godly bones to be tempered under the heavenly tribulation. His enduring the heavenly tribulation was merely going through the motions. His main purpose was to strengthen his godly bones. Additionally, he also drew out the divine demon sword to be further tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Though this celestial tool had already advanced to the saint tier, there would be no drawbacks from being tempered by a heavenly tribulation either. Half a day later, even the heaven and earth could only withdraw their might as they could do nothing to Ling Han. Ling Han channeled a drop of indestructible true fluid. He sensed the strength of his godly bones and broke into a grin. The strength of his godly bones had not advanced into the saint tier, and this was within his expectations. However, compared to before, they had become much stronger, and this would grant him the ability to inscribe even more limitless 9 deaths formations on his godly bones. If desired, an eternal river tier could not advance into the saint tier, yet could endlessly form stars, and far surpass the consummate level of the eternal river tier in terms of power, and completely suppress the latter. They could be considered another type of demon master or saint. Ling Han too could do the same now. However, his present cultivation level was still far from the pinnacle level of the eternal river tier, yet his godly bones were strong enough that he could inscribe a few dozen top-grade killing formations, and would be able to kill anyone below the saint tier. He returned to the stone chamber, and immediately began preparing to inscribe the limitless 9 deaths formation on his godly bones. This was the strongest killing formation beneath saint level, and Ling Han presently was unable to grasp saint-level formations, so this was his best choice. Previously he could inscribe 11 killing formations and now, he could inscribe 27 killing formations. This was too frightening. With a mere thought from Ling Han, a frightening killing intent flowed out of the tips of his fingers, forming a ray of light that was only an inch long and looked like a sword. This was because his path of martial arts was more inclined towards sword Dao, so the might of the formation would be manifested in this form. With this strike, Tan Mo would definitely be unable to bear it. Ling Han had exchanged blows with Tan Mo before. Though he had only managed to kill the latter by depending on the divine demon sword showing its might, he was still considerably familiar with Tan Mo's abilities. If he was to battle again with Tan Mo now, he could use the 27 killing formations in a head-on confrontation with the latter. Furthermore, he could guarantee that it would be Tan Mo who would be dying in the end. The destructive power of the killing formations was naturally the strongest. However, if it was he who would be countering this move, he would not choose a head-on confrontation. After all, his cultivation level was still in the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. Against the pinnacle level, this was a glaring shortcoming. Thankfully his physique was too strong. If someone at the pinnacle level of the Eternal River tier wanted to wound him, it would still be extremely difficult. The sharpest sword and strongest shield were both in his possession, so who could be a match for him? At least, I have absolutely no need to fear anyone who isn't a freak that has formed 3 million stars, he murmured. But even a freak with 2,500,000 stars had appeared, so if a freak with more than 3 million stars appeared, it would not be something that difficult to accept either. In this Green River Valley, is there someone like that? Ling Han was slightly curious. This question of his was soon answered because he received a notification. 3 months later, all the disciples would undergo a martial arts competition. Everyone had to take part and could not refuse for any reason whatsoever. I still have 3 months, I don't know if I can improve further, Ling Han mumbled. Both he and the Empress were furiously taking alchemical pills. In truth, the Empress had more of an advantage than he did. In terms of the ability to bear medicinal effects, it was definitely Ling Han who was more superior, but one would soon become immune no matter what kind of medicine he took as long as he took a large amount of it. Yet the Empress had 9 doppelgangers and they could ingest alchemical pills in turn, so there was practically no reduction of the effects at all. 3 months' time was enough for her to improve further, and advance into the middle stage of the high extreme, but in Ling Han's case, this time would extend to more than a year's time. This was actually not too bad either. The Empress was getting closer and closer to the Genesis tier, and he would soon be able to push her down. Ling Han couldn't help but rub his hands together. Just thinking of what kind of positions they could use when the time came was enough to make him feel a nosebleed coming on. He began to study the celestial techniques he had in his possession. Correct. He not only had one but several. Previously he had gotten 2 celestial techniques from the Hu clan. One was the Great Evolution Technique, which was used to temper origin power. A similar amount of power blasted out, but because the origin power was more condensed, the battle prowess would naturally be stronger. The other was Darkness of the Paramount Night. After cultivating it, one could set up a completely dark environment, causing all those who were within to lose their 5 senses. This was a little like how he had gone to meet with the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire all those years ago, but it was clear that the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire should be more powerful. The latter was at least a being of the Severing Mundane, or perhaps even slightly higher than that. The third was the Flying Dragon Shadow Hands. He could confirm that this technique that had come from the Ocean Dragon Mountain was indeed a celestial technique. Others would probably be smiling in their sleep if they had managed to obtain a single celestial technique, yet he had a total of 3. Which one should I learn first? How distressing, he muttered, playing it up to the extreme. Underneath the reincarnation tree, Ling Han comprehended a celestial technique. 1 day was equivalent to 10 years, and 3 months were equivalent to close to 1,000 years of cultivation. With his comprehension ability, how could it be that he would not be able to reach at least small accomplishment level? Time passed swiftly and 3 months had passed. Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his lips. He had been here for 2 years, and had yet to exchange blows with the king tiers and prodigies here. He was really getting an itch for it. Chapter 1579, Issuing a Challenge in Public. Ling Han's advancement through the cultivation levels was actually very fast, but he could not be compared to the Empress. The latter had already reached the middle stage of the high extreme, and was advancing towards the late stage at present. The gap between the two of them would only expand and would not shrink. In the area of taking alchemical pills, the 9 doppelgangers formed through the 9 deaths heaven art were really too useful. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden received a large volume of cultivation resources, and added with the assistance of the reincarnation tree, her advancement was also extremely amazing. She had directly streaked to the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. Now she was completely engrossed in cultivation, not even willing to have babies with Ling Han. Her whole day was spent cultivating, and she was even crazier about it than Ling Han. This was also because she had been provoked. Who asked Ling Han and the Empress to cultivate and improve so rapidly? Furthermore, his other women were already in the celestial realm, and who knew they might already be in the Genesis tier by now. How could she possibly dare to neglect her own cultivation? It would not be a pleasant feeling to be the weakest among all of them. Ling Han did not try dissuading her either. He and the Empress had exited the stone chamber, and arrived at the platform above the valley. Masses had gathered. Today was a big day. Even though only 8 forbidden lands had formed the heaven-crushing alliance together, there were truly many people gathered here, about more than 100. Every single one of them was definitely a supreme prodigy, and there were none below the eternal river tier. Without reaching this level, they would ordinarily still be cultivating in their own clans. They would only be qualified to enter this place after at least reaching this level. However, even eternal river tiers could not be considered the strongest in this place, because there were actually as many as 4 demon masters, 3 men and 1 woman, respectively. They all possessed an intimidating bearing. Ling Han nodded. Since it was possible for a prodigy like Hu Feng to walk out of the 8 stones forbidden land, why was it impossible for the other forbidden lands? Ling Han shockingly discovered that 3 of these 4 demon masters did not even cast a single look at him, but one of the men stared at him for a while, his eyes filled with malice. Strange, he had definitely never met this person before. Humph, Ling Han, you have come to be humiliated today. A young man jumped out. It was one of the 5 people that had stood in Ling Han's path 2 years ago. He was still wearing that black-plated armor. It should be a treasured armor, and that was why he wore it constantly. Ling Han swept an eye over him. It had only been 2 years, and this person had indeed improved slightly, but it would definitely not be too large an improvement when one had reached this kind of level. Forming an additional or even 10 additional stars was only a negligible improvement. However, if someone in the low extreme of the Eternal River tier formed an additional star, that would be a massive improvement. Have you washed yourself clean? He bared his teeth in a grin. The young man in plated armor couldn't help his expression from darkening. You haven't forgotten it? You are really a guy with a vicious tongue. Don't drop to his level. In any case, we will definitely make him suffer later. Someone beside him advised. Though it was visible that Ling Han had improved and advanced into the high extreme, they still did not take him seriously at all. What a joke. Even if he were in the consummate level, so what? How was he supposed to fight an opponent in the pinnacle level if he himself was not in the pinnacle level? Ling Han looked back at that demon master. This person's skin was darker, and he had very ordinary features. He belonged to the category of people that would be completely overlooked in a crowd, but as he had advanced into the Genesis tier, he naturally had an overbearing air that could intimidate the world and compel others' submission. Who is this guy? The others were all discussing spiritedly. Unexpectedly, this demon master was not a clansman from any clan of the 16 forbidden lands, but was rather a sapling that had been unexpectedly discovered, and had only been taken into this place a year ago. Gu Feng, this person's name is Gu Feng. Never heard of him. Such a young demon master, his talent is really nature-defying. He can be considered a match for Ouyang He, Leng Xiaoran and Go Hai. Previously there were 3 big shots and now it will be 4 big shots. Everyone discussed fiercely. There would definitely be some who would know the origins of the 4th demon master, but even if they talked it was pointless. Aside from a name, this person was incredibly mysterious, and the information that they were aware of was considerably limited. A golden pathway stretched over and a demon master appeared. He was a black demon. Otherwise he would not be able to suppress those disciples that were at the yellow demon level. Begin drawing lots and commence the competition, this black demon said. His name was Lu Gan and he was one of the persons in charge here. This was an old rule, so everyone walked out and began drawing lots. However, Gu Feng and the other demon masters were exceptions. If they were to compete with the others, it would be too unfair. Ling Han. Lu Gan spoke up, and when he saw that Ling Han had stopped, he said, "You do not have to take part in the competition. You only have to watch from the sidelines." What? The young man in plated armor and the others from before all had dazed expressions. They had already asked the seniors of their clans to make some secret arrangements so that they would be able to draw Ling Han as much as possible. They did not think that Lu Gan would directly come out with an unexpected move like this. Ling Han actually didn't have to participate in the competition. Why is it that he can choose not to participate in the competition? Someone immediately questioned. Though it was a black demon in front of them, they were not all that afraid of him. With their talent, it was a sure bet that they, too, would one day become demon masters themselves, and there was a chance for them to even become an earth demon or heaven demon. Lu Gan swept a glance over these people and calmly stated, "If I say he doesn't have to, then he doesn't have to. Do you all have an objection?" Ling Han's mission was to increase his cultivation level. As long as he advanced into the Genesis tier, he would be able to become a core in the two-realm passageway, continuously merging the regulations of the two realms, and endlessly speeding up the merging of the two worlds. Thus, the strength of his battle prowess was not important at all, so what reason was there for him to compete? He could just sit on the sidelines as a mere spectator. If he could attain some kind of enlightenment, that would be even better. We do not accept. Some people were clearly troublemakers. Because their talent was too high, they had been treated like princes and princesses in their respective clans, and were used to being self-centered. Yet now, there was actually someone that was placed above them and more special than they were. How could they accept that? Humph, if you all have an objection, you can go ahead and talk it out with the ancestors of your own clans because this was their decision. Lu Gan waved a hand, forcibly suppressing everyone's dissatisfaction. Ling Han was also slightly surprised. He had been planning to use this opportunity to teach a well-deserved lesson to the young man in plated armor and his group, and they actually did not allow him to make a move. But since it was a black demon that had spoken up, it would not be proper for him to object either. He nodded and stood on the sidelines as a spectator. Then he'd just be a spectator first and see what heights these members of the younger generation from the Forbidden Lands had reached, and how many of them were more powerful than Tan Mo. He sat together with the Empress, and could see the gazes of envy that others directed at them. Whether male or female, they would all be enchanted by the Empress's supreme grace and bearing. However, the gazes directed at Ling Han were filled with disdain. 4 king tiers, those that shrank back from battle, were naturally disgraceful. The battles began, commencing one after another. Ling Han couldn't help but nod internally. There were at least 17 people here that had reached Tan Mo's level, and some were even stronger than him. Perhaps they really had formed more than 3 million stars. After about 5 days, the battles finally ended. Aside from 4 Demon Master level disciples, the top 3 were Zhang Ting Yi Quan and Lu Dang. The young man in plated armor was named Zheng Mo, and ranked in 10th place. He was also considerably powerful. He was definitely not weaker than Tan Mo. "Ling Han, do you dare battle with me? I can seal my own cultivation level so my cultivation level would descend to be the same as yours." Zheng Mo suddenly leaped out, pointing directly at Ling Han. "Issuing a challenge in public, would you accept or not? If you did not dare to accept a challenge to a battle between equals, then how would you have the face to see others in future?" Chapter 1580, Then We'll Battle. "Are you afraid to accept the challenge?" Zheng Mo continued to provoke Ling Han. He spread out his own silvery river, and it could be clearly seen that most of the stars within had dimmed, and there were merely 10,000 stars that were still exuding blazing light. 10,000 stars was the standard of someone who had just broken through to the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. This would be a relatively fair battle because what determined the battle prowess of a cultivator was not merely power, but also regulations. Thus, though Zheng Mo had sealed his power, he was still at the height of the consummate level of the Eternal River tier in terms of regulations. The other prodigies smirked coldly. If you did not have the courage to accept even a battle like this, would you still be qualified to call yourself a king tier? Lu Gan meanwhile showed a sliver of displeasure in his expression. He had already said that Ling Han did not have to take part in the competition, yet Zheng Mo still wanted to challenge Ling Han, and this naturally caused his displeasure. This was a challenge to his authority. However, the competition had been held just now, and he said that Ling Han did not have to participate, and he indeed had not. But it was a different situation now. This was a challenge. Even he did not have the right to stop them. Only the person involved was allowed to make his own decision whether to accept the challenge or otherwise. You could refuse, and the challenger could not make an aggressive move, but in that way the one who had been challenged would be humiliated and become the target of public scorn and derision. Fearing to fight even in a relatively fair battle? We'd look down on you. Ling Han smiled faintly. He was just wanting to give this guy a beating. He had not imagined that the latter would actually deliver himself right up to his doorstep. Very good. He patted the Empress's delicate hand so that she would not be angry while he stood up. If you want a battle, then we'll battle. Jianghu was overjoyed. In his eyes, his chances were naturally mostly assured. Ling Han was merely in the high extreme of the Eternal River tier, and even if he sealed off his own power, the height of his regulations was still there, and that would be the consummate level, completely overwhelming and suppressing the high extreme. Haha, I will let you have the first 10 moves, he said, purposely seeming very generous. All right. Ling Han was indifferent. With a leap he shot out a punch at Jianghu. Since Jianghu had already announced that he would let Ling Han have the first 10 moves, he would naturally not break his own word in public. He crossed his arms in front of his own chest, planning to take this strike from Ling Han head-on. Puh. Ling Han's punch arrived, and with a burst of power, it blasted out towards Jianghu. Light shot to the skies. When the power had completely dispersed, Jianghu was still standing proudly. He had cultivated to the pinnacle level at the Mountain River tier, Sun Moon tier, and Heavenly Body tier. Thus, even in a battle of equals, his power would not be inferior to Ling Han's either, and added with the fact that he could overwhelm the latter in terms of regulations, his battle prowess had far surpassed Ling Han's. Yet he gritted his teeth slightly. This was a solid attack that was delivered at close quarters, causing even his bones to tremble slightly. He felt discomfort through his internal organs and felt an urge to throw up. Fuck, it seemed like this guy's physique was extremely amazing. It would not be advisable to battle at close range with this person. The impact of a solid hit was too strong on his body. Ling Han shot out another punch. Jianghu had absolutely no wish to have a physical battle with Ling Han, but since he already said that he would let Ling Han have the first 10 moves, then he could either block or dodge these 10 blows, but would he have the nerve to dodge? He had bragged too much just now. If he dodged now, what would happen to his pride? He could only grit his teeth and exchange blows with Ling Han again. Peng, their two fists crashed into each other, and in the wave of power that resulted, it seemed like even the space around them was about to be torn open, which was incredibly frightening. This was a battle at the level of the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. Furthermore, they were two king tiers whose battle prowess had directly soared to the consummate level, so it was naturally incredibly terrifying. Jianghu did not shrink back in the slightest and still appeared very much at ease, yet only he himself was aware that the impact of this punch caused even his bones to hum, and he had still not recovered even by now. It was as if they would soon shatter into a few hundred pieces. What a piece of trash. In a battle of equal cultivation level, he was already allowed to have the first 10 moves, and he is still not unable to get an advantage. Around them, some people were beginning to mock and ridicule Ling Han. Previously, they had practically not met Ling Han before, yet had heard of his name because it was rumored that Ling Han was to take the position of the 17th elder, which naturally made them displeased. What right did an outsider, and a person who was so much weaker than them, have to be placed higher than all of them? This battle was clear proof that he was practically a piece of trash. Humph, who knows what desolate corner he has crawled out of? He actually deludes himself into thinking of being in a higher position than all of us. What wishful thinking. Then we will allow him to understand through this battle that a piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. No matter how much he is flattered, he will still be dirt. Haha, then just let Jianghu teach him a good lesson. Ling Han naturally would not take these words to heart. He charged out a third time and still shot out a punch. It was a simple, direct and rough move. Ling Han shot out 7 punches consecutively, and Jianghu took these 7 blows head-on, showing no weakness. He was like an unmovable boulder, as firm as a mountain. In the eyes of spectators, it was naturally Jianghu who had full control of the situation. He only had to take the last 3 punches, and that would be the time for him to counterattack. It could be imagined that with his power, defeating Ling Han would be a piece of cake for him. Yet, Jianghu felt like he was about to cry. The bones in his arms were really close to their limit. There were already web-like cracks on them, and if it were not for the fact that his power was strong, and he had forcibly condensed his origin power in his arms, they would have broken a long time ago. But if he continued to forcibly hold on like this, how many more punches would he be able to endure? 3 punches, seemed like they were so far away. Ling Han smiled softly and comforted him, "Hold on for a while longer, there are only 3 more punches left." "Fuck you." Zhang Mo gritted his teeth and declared, "After 3 moves, I will let you know what are the results of provoking me." Weren't you the one who challenged me?" Ling Han pretended to be surprised. He raised his right fist and shot out another punch without any hesitation. After another 2 punches, Zhang Mo finally couldn't help but show a sliver of pain through his expression. This kind of close-range exchange of blows was something that all elites would be wary of because they would also have to sustain the full power of the backlash in a situation in which the power of both parties was about the same. However strong the power you blasted out, you would in truth also have to sustain as much on your own side. Aside from those that concentrated on cultivating their physiques, no one's bones would be too sturdy. Even if it was a demon master, he would not be able to hold up to such attacks. What more he? The last move. Ling Han rushed out, his figure speeding up, becoming a flash of lightning. He drew out his right fist and seemed like a divine dragon that was riding the winds. Boom. Zhang Mo gritted his teeth, and still chose to confront Ling Han head-on. His pride would not allow him to shrink back at this time. This naturally was still a situation in which neither was at a clear advantage. In terms of power, the two of them were about the same, but subsequently, Zhang Mo unexpectedly did not begin his counterattack. Blood was dripping from his fingertips. What? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. They couldn't accept this outcome no matter how hard they tried. Why had Zhang Mo suddenly been injured? Look. Someone pointed at Zhang Mo's arm. Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply, and could see that Zhang Mo's right arm had swollen so much that it was thicker than his thigh, and they could clearly see that it had become misshapen, and was covered with traces of blood. This was clearly his bones having been shattered into shards and having pierced through his skin. Only then did they know that every single time when Zhang Mo received a punch from Ling Han, he had to pay a very heavy price. His bones could not hold up to the impact, and with the accumulated damage from 10 punches, it finally formed a qualitative change, causing all the bones in his arm to shatter. Multiple surprised gazes were directed at Ling Han. Even the 3 demon masters Ling Xiaoran, Ouyang He, and Go Hai were no exception. Gu Feng, on the other hand, lowered his eyes, seemingly thinking deeply of something unknown. Chapter 1581, Clash of Celestial Techniques. Ling Han smiled faintly and asked, "Still want to fight?" "Yes." Zhang Mo gritted his teeth. He had only broken one right arm, and though this would affect his battle prowess, he did not need to give Ling Han any more handicaps. After drawing out the distance between them, he could use all his techniques. How could it be that he would still be unable to win with that? "Come." Ling Han crooked a finger. "Humph." Zhang Mo raised his left hand. A divine light enshrouded him. His face was filled with seriousness, and he suddenly pressed his hand down on Ling Han. Heavenly clouds piercing mountain hand. Boom. The giant hand descended, and there were regulations of great Tao entwined around it. It was as if the heavens themselves were raging, and a hand of divine retribution descended, planning to erase everything in this world. Ling Han nodded internally. The other party's power was not inferior to his, and in terms of regulations his level was higher. Furthermore, he was using some kind of secret technique now which pushed this man's battle prowess to a very high level. He was truly very strong. However, how could it be that he did not have a stronger technique? Ling Han flicked a finger and a flash of sword light surged out. Immediately, it transformed into innumerable flashes of sword light, sweeping out towards that giant hand at an extraordinarily fast speed. Lightning sword technique. Now that he had merged the regulations of 2 realms, the might of the lightning sword technique had also improved to a new level because this was not just the regulations of 1 realm, but the regulations of 2 realms. Creation and destruction formed a cycle, as if it was world creation. He couldn't help but feel enlightened. In truth, neither the present demon masters nor saints were the Genesis tier in the true meaning of the word, because the Genesis tier meant simultaneously including the two source regulations of both creation and destruction. Shwa shwa shwa. Sword chi swept out towards the 9 heavens unhindered. The present lightning sword technique was incredible. It was based on speed and had merged with the power of heavenly tribulation, added with tide of the ages. Furthermore, it was Ling Han's own creation. If he was the one using it, its might would naturally be maximized. The large hand that Jianghu had pressed down with was instantly torn apart. When it arrived, it had actually lost all its might long ago. Not even a corner of Ling Han's robes had been lifted. So powerful. All the king tiers also raised their brows slightly. No matter how much they looked down on Ling Han, they had no choice but to acknowledge Ling Han's abilities when they were faced with such a scene. Though it was claimed to be a battle of equal cultivation levels, Jianghu actually had a very big advantage. In terms of regulations, he was at the advantage, and even if one of his arms were broken now, his advantage should still be overwhelming, but they were both equal with this one strike. This was too shocking. A hint of seriousness finally appeared on Jianghu's face. Previously, even if his arm had broken, he was still confident, and thought that Ling Han only had a slightly stronger physique. But now he withdrew this kind of underestimation. In a battle of equals, this was a strong enemy, an opponent that could even defeat him. This made him very defiant. As a top-grade king tier and a supreme prodigy, he would not allow himself to lose to anyone in a battle of equals. His eyes shone and multiple streaks of energy rose up from his body, turning into a mist that entwined around him. Boom, his aura suddenly burst further. It was clearly that only 10,000 stars were shining, yet his power seemed to have suddenly risen to a new level. The unique celestial technique of the Zheng clan, Mist Technique. Not only can it greatly increase one's battle prowess, it will turn into a mist that will surround you that none can penetrate. I never thought that his trump card would be forced out so quickly. There is no other option. From the start of the battle, Jianghu has not had the upper hand at all. He would be too embarrassed. If it was any other person, he would also feel shame. With a battle cry, Jianghu suddenly charged towards Ling Han. With a tremble of his hands, he shot out 2 streaks of bright red clouds that turned into 2 divine spears that rapidly flew towards Ling Han, poised to stab him. There were multiple divine patterns entwined around the spears, and the light of great Tao was flickering on them. This strike was clearly stronger than the attack before. Ling Han nodded internally, but he was not afraid in the slightest. Competing with him in celestial techniques? Come, let's see who has more celestial techniques. Boom, endless darkness surged out of his body, and instantly enshrouded everything. The darkness of the paramount night, a celestial technique that he had used about 1,000 years to learn through these 3 months. Being enshrouded by complete darkness, everything had vanished. Nothing could be seen, touched, or heard. It was as if the whole world had vanished from existence, or he himself no longer existed. Why can't I see through this kind of darkness? Someone exclaimed in surprise. That was an eternal river tier pinnacle level elite. Though he had only formed over 1 million stars, and his power was considered the weakest among all the king tiers, he was much stronger than Ling Han, yet he actually could not see through this darkness. What was going on here? Everyone looked here and there, and then their eyes focused on Zhang Ting, Yi Quan, and Lu Dang. They were the only 3 freaks out of all of them that had formed 3 million stars, but these 3 people all shook their heads with grave expressions. Even they could not see through it. Everyone turned their eyes away and turned to look at the 3 demon master level prodigies Ouyang He, Leng Xiaoran, and Go Hai. As for Gu Feng, they were not familiar with him, so it would naturally not be suitable for them to direct their queries at him. Ouyang He was the most approachable of them, and he said, "This should be a celestial technique that can block the senses. If one's cultivation level is equal to his, you will be influenced. It is only a matter of whether the influence will be more or less. Only if one surpasses him in terms of a major tier will they be capable of being completely unaffected." What he implied was that demon masters would not be affected by Ling Han, but as long as Ling Han advanced into the Genesis tier, then even heaven demons would be affected, though the effect would not be very strong. This ant actually could use a celestial technique? Could it be that he was not a country bumpkin, but had originated from some forbidden land himself? In the darkness, Jianghu did not move recklessly. He realized that his vision, hearing, and divine sense had been confined to a very small range. He was in the pinnacle level of the eternal river tier after all, so though the darkness of the paramount night could affect him, it could not possibly completely block his senses. But he did not even know where Ling Han was, so how was he supposed to defeat Ling Han? Ling Han grinned and stretched out his right hand to grab out a Jianghu. Flying Dragon Shadow Hands, another celestial technique. Boom, his right hand formed a golden dragon's paw that was incredibly and extraordinarily fast. Otherwise, how could it be called Flying Shadow? It was so fast that even a cultivator of the same cultivation level would only be able to catch sight of a flying shadow. Zheng Mo's expression changed drastically. In the darkness of the paramount night, his reaction would be considerably slower than usual in the first place, yet such a fast attack was actually directed at him, so he was naturally in a sorry state. Again? Ling Han grinned. His right hand was still channeling the Flying Dragon Shadow Hands, while his left hand was using the Lightning Sword technique. This too was a technique focused on speed. It should be known that the Tide of the Ages was also embedded in the Lightning Sword technique, and these were 4 celestial techniques. Just ask the whole netherworld now, who else could use 4 celestial techniques at the same time? Even if they could learn 4 celestial techniques, who would be capable of using all 4 of them at the same time? Only Ling Han could. Of course, the Empress would definitely be more powerful in the future because she had 9 doppelgangers. Theoretically, she could also use 10 celestial techniques simultaneously, and the mere thought of that would terrify others. Zheng Mo was tiring from continuously parrying the incoming attacks. He was endlessly hit, and as multiple flashes of power streaked over him, they left behind one wound after another on him. If it was not for the fact that he still had a black-plated armor which was indestructible, it would not be only his limbs and face being injured. Ah! He released a roar of rage and suddenly blew out a breath with all his might, which actually blew away all the darkness by force. Stars shone resplendently as more than 2 million of them shone at the same time. In the end, he had still broken his word and channeled the power of all his stars. Actually claw, but it can mean a whole hand with claws in Chinese too. I doubt his 5 fingers turned into one claw, hence paw. Chapter 1582, Killed till a mental breakdown. Everyone was rendered speechless. Previously they could not see anything because of the darkness, but now that the darkness had dispersed, they could see that Zheng Mo was covered in injuries. They could imagine how terrible his situation had been at the time. If it was them in his place, would they also be forced to use their full power? Most probably yes. This was the instinctive reaction of a cultivator. Zheng Mo's expression was livid. After a slight hesitation, he brazenly made a move, grabbing out at Ling Han. Since he was already compelled to use his full strength, then so be it. Why not take this opportunity to simply defeat Ling Han? Humph! Ling Han's gaze turned cold. If Zheng Mo had kept his word and maintained a battle of equals, then even if he lost, Ling Han would still feel a sliver of respect for him, but he wanted to bully Ling Han just because of having a superior cultivation level? Then he'd just suffer the consequences of his own actions. 1. The 27 killing formations in his body activated at the same time. Ling Han's whole body was exuding a terrifying aura. He raised his right hand, and there was only an inch-long ray of light extending from his fingertip, but anyone who saw it would feel their hearts and souls tremble, anxious and ill at ease. At first, Zheng Mo had already reached him, but he forcibly halted his dash, and looked like he had seen a ghost. He stared at the light on Ling Han's hand, his expression shifting. What is that? Ultimate invincible, severing the heaven, destroying the earth, slaughter all, Ling Han replied with a serious face. Zheng Mo was not a fool, and immediately realized that Ling Han was messing with him. He couldn't help but humph and said, having a glib tongue is useless. In front of absolute power you will only be crushed. Ling Han involuntarily smiled. Then why don't you make your move? Though Zheng Mo's words were filled with disdain, he did not dare be careless in the slightest. Though there was only a ray of light, he felt as if he could see an ancient beast inside Ling Han's body. If it rushed out, it would be able to destroy everything. His expression was filled with seriousness. At this time he had an incredible advantage in power which he had to make good use of. He threw out a punch at Ling Han from a distance, and the frightening power took the form of innumerable gusts of energy. He did not use any technique, and was merely using his superior power to overwhelm him. This was a very smart way to fight. Power that was strong enough could break all techniques. Ling Han charged out. When the bursts of energy reached him, his whole body emitted light, and easily sliced all the attacking bursts of energy into pieces. He was completely unhindered, and continued to charge towards Zheng Yimou as if no technique could touch him. This? Zheng Mo's hair stood on ends in his fear. He could clearly feel how powerful that force inside of Ling Han was, but his words had already gone too far. Furthermore, he was already using his full battle prowess, so how could he have the nerve to dodge? Gritting his teeth, he shot out his left hand in response to Ling Han's attack. Hong, the power of his fist surged out. He was still alert, unwilling to exchange blows with Ling Han at close range. Ling Han barged through it directly. The killing formations showed their might, and there was no way to stop him at all as he directly approached Zheng Yimou. Zheng Yimou had no choice but to exchange blows with Ling Han. He only managed to force Ling Han back after throwing out 3 successive punches. When he looked at his raised hand, he could see that his left hand had become badly mangled. The killing formations were too frightening. Even if he had used origin power to wrap around his fist, it was useless. His hand had still suffered many injuries. Everyone was also stunned. Now, Zheng Mo's right arm had been broken, and though his left arm had not been broken, it was not all that better off either. It could be claimed that he could not be any more defeated than this. Ling Han had clearly not used any kind of precious tool. The strength of this outsider was too shocking. Even a pinnacle-level king tier that had formed 2 million stars would pale in comparison. Probably only king tiers that formed more than 3 million stars would be qualified to match him, which also meant that Ling Han had become an absolute big shot among the Eternal River tiers, and could be an equal for Zhang Ting, Yi Quan, and Lu Dang. Only Genesis tiers would be able to defeat them. But the problem here was that Ling Han was only in the high extreme. If he advanced into the pinnacle level of the Eternal River tier, just how strong would he be then? Would he be able to match a demon master? Ling Han did not spare Zheng Yimou even though he had the advantage now. He had not trifled with or offended anyone, so what right did they have to keep targeting him? He had a temper too, all right? Pung 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 pung. His punches fell like rain, and as the killing formation circulated, it was as if he was an Ashura demon king from hell, his murderous aura soaring sky-high. Zheng Yimou was unwilling to admit defeat. If he publicly admitted that he was no match for someone in the high extreme of the Eternal River tier, what pride would he have left to face others? This resulted in increasingly more and more injuries on his body, and also the increasing seriousness of his wounds. Finally, he had no choice but to activate that plated armor, which formed a protective shield around him. Only then did he manage to block Ling Han's attack. This was a demonic tool, and was one of the precious treasures and family heirlooms of the Zheng clan. Because he was too outstanding, it had been bestowed on him. It could only be used for defense and would save his life in a crisis. He was only one step away from the Genesis tier, so he could more or less completely activate this plated armor. At least, power below Demon Master level would not be able to penetrate it. A balance of power finally emerged in their battle because Ling Han's defenses were practically invincible among the Eternal River tier, so neither of them could wound the other. But everyone knew that Zheng Yimou had lost, and lost very terribly at that was using his full battle prowess, and had even used his demonic tool, yet that only led to a tie. Stop. Lu Gan could not bear watching either. Wasn't this just being shameless? He moved and separated Ling Han and Zheng Yimou with a palm strike, as if he had drawn out 2 worlds. This was the strength of a black demon. All of you need to work hard. The few who are ranked the lowest have to take note. If you place last 3 times in succession, you will have to leave this place. Lu Gan's eyes swept over them, causing a few people to pale. If they were expelled from the Green River Valley, that would be a great humiliation. Everyone left respectively. The competition here was really too fierce and no one dared relax. This place was filled with top-notch king tiers, and whoever slacked off in the slightest would only be surpassed by others. Ling Han had completely exposed his strength in this battle, and made everyone remember him. However, the most outstanding rookie this time was still Gu Feng. Though he had not moved at all, his cultivation level was still there for all to see. He was a genuine young big shot, a being that had a chance of becoming a heaven demon in future. Of course, Empress Luan Xing also won everyone's attention. The men admired her, while the women were filled with mad envy. Ling Han and the Empress returned to their stone chamber. He had seen his own shortcomings in this battle. he was still not strong enough to sweep aside all opposition in the Eternal River tier. This was something that he could do nothing about. In this place, everyone was a top-rate king tier, and it would be difficult to defeat them even in a battle of equals, what more when he had to surpass a gap of a minor level. If it was not because Ling Han had cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and had incredibly strong godly bones which allowed him to inscribe so many killing formations, he too would have to adhere to the ironclad rule of cultivation, and yield in front of these king tiers. They continued to cultivate. The Empress's cultivation level was practically growing boomingly. She had 10 doppelgangers which could simultaneously ingest alchemical pills and comprehend Tao underneath the reincarnation tree. The frightening power of the 9 Deaths Heaven art was on full display with nothing reserved. Ling Han also taught celestial techniques like the Tide of the Ages, Great Evolution Technique, and Darkness of the Paramount Night to the Empress. He believed that when she, too, advanced into the pinnacle level of the Eternal River tier, her battle prowess would definitely be capable of suppressing big shots. With a Celestial King technique as her base, how could she not be awesome? Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. The Empress had reached the peak of the high extreme, and was about to break through to the consummate level. Meanwhile, Ling Han had just barely advanced another step, and reached the middle stage of the high extreme. And it was at this time that a major event happened in the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. A new forbidden land had joined them. The Dongchang Forbidden Land Tan Clan. Chapter 1583, The Tan Clan Makes Trouble. The Tan Clan actually joined the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Wasn't it said that the Grand Elder of the Tan Clan was afraid of getting into trouble, and worried that forcibly interfering in the evolution of heaven and earth would result in divine punishment, and a heavenly tribulation would descend and erase them directly? Why did they suddenly now want to join the Heaven-Crushing Alliance? When Ling Han found out, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. The Tan Clan had come for him. They knew that he had a Celestial King technique, so how could they be willing to give it up? But he had already gone to Green River Valley. There was no way that the Tan Clan would dare to attack the Green River Valley by force, right? Thus, they chose to join the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, and then they naturally would be able to send their own people in. As long as their people could enter, they would have a chance to move. It was impossible that Ling Han would continue to close himself up in the Green River Valley, right? Then, once he left, they would be able to target him and find a chance to make a move on him. They really are troublesome pests. I haven't gone to seek you all out. Instead, you have come on your own. Ling Han smirked coldly. He had 1 to 3 times of power boosts from the Black Tower, so he did not mind using these chances on the Tan Clan. The Tan Clan joining the Heaven-Crushing Alliance did not cause much commotion. They arranged for a black demon to come here as a teacher. Additionally, they also sent in 3 clansmen, but none of them were as outstanding as Tan Mo. In fact, they were inferior to even Mo Li and Zhu Ba. In the Green River Valley, all the young king tiers were discussing spiritedly regarding the reason for drawing in a new forbidden land. This is for the sake of competing with the forbidden lands from the immortal realm, someone explained, seeming to know the truth. At first, with 8 forbidden lands of the immortal realm and 8 forbidden lands of the netherworld, we just reached a balance, and neither side has an absolute say, but our grand elders here clearly want to emerge superior over them, and have thus decided to draw in a new forbidden land. Furthermore, our netherworld has 8 forbidden lands in the first place, so a major decision would not be easily settled on. What if it was 4 against 4, so who should decide in that case? Now that there would be 5 against 4, there would definitely be one side that would be dominant. Even if it is just 1 additional forbidden land, the game of power that is involved here is extremely deep. In the first place, there were already 2 voices in the alliance. One wishes to draw in excellent saplings from the outside world, while the other objects and thinks that benefits should be kept among our own people. Furthermore, even if outsiders are married into the clan, it would also affect the purity of our bloodline. Now, there may be conflict between these 2 voices. Those that can decide are all the Grand Elders. We will just quietly watch on. After this happened, Ouyang Taishan had purposely come and sought out Ling Han. He told him to maintain as much of a low profile as possible and focus on cultivation. It was best that he did not leave the Green River Valley, thus avoiding any trouble from rising. Clearly he too could tell the purpose of the Tan Clan, but he was not the only person in the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, so he could not expel the Tan Clan. Ling Han sank into deep thought. For the sake of Ouyang Taishan who had helped him before, he did not mind helping the former achieve his lifelong dream, and become a core himself to speed up the merging of the two realms. This was a great merit and would also be greatly beneficial to him. But if there was someone in the heaven-crushing alliance targeting him, he would not be happy to do that. You guys were already planning to harm me and I would be still dumbly working for you. I have to quickly advance into the Genesis tier. At that time, even if I cannot match a heaven demon or saint tier, the rest of the world would be enough for me to move unhindered, and I wouldn't have to depend on the Black Tower every single time. Ling Han affirmed his resolve, and did not bother with the disturbances going on outside, concentrating on his cultivation. Yet, the tree longed for peace but the wind would never cease. He sat in his stone chamber. Today the cultivation resources for the next year would be distributed. Though he had absolutely no use for them, they were precious treasures for the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. She already had 1 foot in the eternal river tier. But no matter how long he waited, no one came. A day passed and still no one came to deliver anything. Ling Han did not take it to heart. In any case, one day of being late was not too serious. However, he still did not see anyone deliver anything to him on the second and third day. Naturally, he felt that there was something off, and when he went out and made some queries he was instantly fuming mad. Hi's cultivation resources had been docked by that black demon from the Tan clan. Such a brazen move, and the other powerful figures actually did not do anything? Ling Han couldn't help but think of the rumors that he had heard. There were 2 voices in the heaven-crushing alliance. One was open-minded while the other was conservative. At present, being open-minded was mainstream to draw in young talents. But the Tan clan had publicly docked his cultivation resources, and by now, not a single mighty figure had stepped out to voice objection. The significance of this action was something worth thinking about. The Conservative Party was about to gain the upper hand. Or rather, both parties were arguing about this matter at present. Once everything was settled, there could possibly be a drastic change in the heaven-crushing alliance. Ling Han was slightly confused. It was clear that he was the only candidate that had merged the regulations of the 2 realms, and even if it was the Conservative Party, they would take him into consideration first. After all, entering into the celestial realm was the major prerequisite that would surpass everything else in importance. That's right, some people want to get a cultivation technique from me, and think that the fact that I can merge the regulations of the 2 realms is not due to my own natural talent, but rather because I have cultivated a powerful celestial technique. Then, as long as they can snatch my technique, they naturally would be able to merge the regulations of the 2 realms. Ho, at present they still do not have a united voice among themselves, so I can still sit peacefully here. It is only the vile characters from the Tan clan making trouble, but if there is only one voice left, it is possible that I will be in dire straits. A man does not keep himself in danger. I cannot base my own safety on the decisions of others. This place is not suitable to stay in any longer. Ling Han did not seek out that black demon of the Tan clan. Since he had docked his cultivation resources, seeking him out to argue with him would only be seeking his own humiliation. In any case, he had no need of them at all, and the heavenly phoenix divine maiden would not need them for the moment either, so there was no rush. However, the Tan clan made a further provoking move. They actually splashed dog's blood on the doors to Ling Han's cave dwelling, and even wrote a great many insulting words, despising him to the utmost. Thankfully Little Black is not here, or your behinds would be bitten into 3 parts, Ling Han mumbled to himself. He still made no response because he wanted to know what kind of attitude the heaven-crushing alliance was going to take. If someone stepped out and stood up for him, then he would still be willing to stay in this place. In the future, when the 2 realms were merged, this would also be a great merit. He was waiting for the heaven-crushing alliance to make their stand clear. This would decide what his next move would be. What disappointed Ling Han was that when a few juniors from the Tan clan provoked him in public, still no powerful figure stepped out to stop them. Ling Han, do you dare battle? I will only use 1 finger. A mere lowly commoner, an ant, and he actually dares to enter into the heaven-crushing alliance so shamelessly too. 3 clansmen of the Tan clan threw out insults at Ling Han's cave dwelling practically every day. This naturally was witnessed by the other young king tiers, yet they all chose to sit by and watch. None of them were idiots. Till the end, none of the powerful figures had appeared, and this showed their attitude in this matter. Today the three people of the Tan clan were still hurling insults outside, their words extremely rude and unpleasant. Who knew where such king tiers like them had learnt such crude curse words? Schwa, a figure flashed past and a few paw sounds rang out. The three members of the Tan clan were all sent flying with slaps, one side of their faces extremely swollen. Ling Han stood there, his hands crossed behind his back. He was about to commit bloodshed. Chapter 1584. One word, kill. The three members of the Tan clan all covered their faces, their expressions filled with shock. Ling Han actually came out and even gave them each a hard slap. Actually, they felt that it was nothing strange for Ling Han to have come out. As long as he was not made out of clay, no one would be able to tolerate such insults. But Ling Han had sent all three of them flying with a single slap. This was something that they could not accept. He was just in the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. How could he be this powerful? You actually dared to attack? One of the clansmen from the Tan clan regained his senses, and harshly rebuked Ling Han. His name was Tan Bing and he was already at the peak stage of the consummate level of the Eternal River tier, but he was still very far from breaking through to the pinnacle level. He did not dare believe this. He was a rank 3 king tier himself, and furthermore his cultivation level was much higher than Ling Han, yet he was actually no match for the latter. Who asked you guys to insult me? Ling Han sneered. We had not broken any of the rules of this place, Tan Bing declared menacingly. They had only splashed a bit of dog's blood and thrown out a few insults. There were definitely no rules in the Green River Valley that said that such actions would be punished. In truth, those that could enter into the Green River Valley were all king among kings, so who among the mighty figures here would have predicted that someone would actually do something so despicable? But Ling Han was a different story. Without getting the approval of others, he had immediately moved. Furthermore, he had dealt injury. This was a serious breach of the rules. The three members of the Tan clan actually had a very simple motive for doing this, and that was to anger Ling Han, causing him to do something that broke the rules. Then, the Conservative Party would be able to move and apprehend Ling Han, and did not need to care about those people from the open-minded party. Once he fell into their hands, what kind of secret could Ling Han still continue to keep? Those were all mighty figures that stood at the apex of divine Tao. Searching his soul would merely be as easy as stretching out their hand. But by that time Ling Han's secret would not possibly belong solely to the Tan clan, and definitely would have to be shared with the other forbidden lands. Though this was a small flaw, the Tan clan could not only get their revenge, but also obtain the Celestial King technique, so what else would they be dissatisfied about? Now Ling Han had indeed been angered and had also broken the rules. However, Tan Bing too had sustained a slap, which made him very furious. In his eyes, if Ling Han was unwilling to submit and made an aggressive move, it should have been him that would personally take him down. The rules cannot be broken. You are destined to suffer the consequences of your own actions. Tan Bing exclaimed coldly. So what if you obtained momentary pleasure and gave me a slap? The price you would pay for this action was your very life. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, You have not seen when I truly break the rules. However, you will be able to see it very soon. That's right. Do you guys have any last words? He asked very generously. Ha, do you really dare to kill us? Tan Bing laughed coldly. His expression was completely menacing. The other two members of the Tan clan stood next to him, also wearing cold smirks on their faces. What a real joke. Previously they had only been caught off guard by Ling Han, and it was impossible that history would repeat itself now. Moreover, the mighty figures were not people to be trifled with either. Since Ling Han had already made a move, it was definite that powerful figures of Black Demon level would appear, and by then, so what if Ling Han was a big shot among the disciples here? He would only be suppressed. Are those your last words? Ling Han shook his head, appearing to feel sorry for them. Around them, there were already a great many disciples watching the excitement, but none of them said a single word. Everyone was smart and knew that the matter this time around implicated the conflict between the two voices in the alliance. Though they might be prodigies, if they interfered, it was guaranteed that they would definitely be crushed into dust. Ling Han had moved to cause injury, and this could be either a very big issue or a very small issue. If the open-minded party had the upper hand, they would naturally be able to turn what would have been a big problem into a small problem, and a casual rebuke would settle the matter. But if it was the conservative party that had the advantage, what would have been a small issue would be magnified. Ling Han, you are too arrogant. Tan Bing smirked coldly. You are only an outsider, and just because a few grand elders have a high opinion of you, you refuse to adhere to the rules and casually injure others. You are like this even now, so how much worse would you be when you became a demon master? Someone like you should be imprisoned and heavily punished. That's right, every clan has its rules and every country has its laws. The 3 members of the Tan clan berated Ling Han continuously. By now, they naturally needed not to have any more reservations and could just say whatever they liked. Ling Han did not say anything else. He drew out the divine demon sword. Haha, you are really committing rebellion. Tan Bing exclaimed balefully, yet took the initiative to attack Ling Han first. Standing out is not something so pleasant to do. Ling Han stated calmly and suddenly charged, delivering a strike with his sword. Pooh! A human head suddenly flew into the skies, and it was accompanied by a fountain of blood gushing forth. Peng Tan Bing's headless body crumpled onto the ground, while his head showed an expression of absolute disbelief. However, his divine sense had no means of leaving his physical body, and having his vital point directly slashed by the divine demon sword, well, at least no one in the Eternal River tier would be able to survive that. He had died with remaining grievances. At that moment, everyone was stunned and could not release a single sound. Mad, this guy must have gone mad to actually dare commit murder in the Green River Valley. Previously, though Ling Han had broken the rules, as long as some mighty figure had been willing to support him, a casual reprimand would have easily settled the matter. After all, he had not wounded anyone. But the situation was different now. The situation had culminated in death. Now that someone had died, the nature of the matter had become more serious and was a vicious incident. You. The remaining 2 members of the Tan clan were both pointing at Ling Han, their voices trembling so much they could not speak clearly. Just 3 clowns, did you really think you had been assigned an easy task? Ling Han shook his head with a smirk. You guys are really idiots, not even aware of the fact that you have been sold. If I don't kill you, the crime will be too light. Did you guys really think that if I just gave you a slap, there would be someone out to target me? The 2 members of the Tan clan couldn't help but shiver. What Ling Han said was logical. Otherwise, this little bit of time from the moment their conflict began until now was enough for the powerful figures in the alliance to appear, yet why had there been no reaction at all? But you clearly knew this fact, so why had you still dared to make a move? Had you gone mad? Ling Han broke into a grin. I have not gone mad. It's just killing a few idiots, no big deal about it. You guys have been scuttling around all these days and I have given you guys a chance, but you all are so determined to seek death, so I can only send you on your way. He moved, brandishing his sword. The 27 killing formations inside his body were channeled, and the 2 were completely no match for him. Pew, another 2 human heads flew up, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Everyone was watching in shock, dumbfounded. Though these 3 members of the Tan clan could only be considered the weakest among them in terms of strength, they were still heirs of a forbidden land, and could be considered prodigies themselves, yet they had been slaughtered as if they were just chickens. Ling Han's courage was commendable, but it was bloody courage and definitely could not be seen as an example. Humph! A cold humph rang out. It was as if it came from the depths of 9 hells, astonishingly malicious. Next, several golden pathways spread over. A few demon masters had arrived, and they were not yellow demons either, but rather black demons. Ling Han, how dare you? It was Yi Qingzhong. When Ling Han had first arrived, it was he and Jing who had been in charge of helping Ling Han settle in. Ling Han broke into a grin and retorted, as a cultivator, I should be decisive. Jing was also there and he said, you are drawing calamity onto yourself. His face had an expression that said that he expected better from Ling Han. He was in fact from the open-minded party, but a black demon did not have much say in an argument of this level. As long as Ling Han did not kill anyone, they would be able to save him, but now, sigh. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.